All right. Welcome to everyone who is joining me this afternoon. Okay. Now, of course, I will be. Now, before we continue with the Google Doc, okay, that, like I stated yesterday, I will be continuing with Silvervales Port. And honestly, I do not know if I will be able to finish this up because this is the second biggest portion of the document so far and it's over 200 pages long. I'm going to do my best to finish up this section today. And then I took a look at the rest of the portions. They are fairly short. So I'm thinking I might be able to finish up the document in at least two streams, max three. The third one, I would finish up with a little I've got left. And then I do have some future games I want to play and stream for you. So, I want to thank you all for joining me today to. I want, I want to thank you guys for joining me today on going through Silvervale's portion of Google Doc. I do remember reading her Google Doc. It honestly, it was more of a nothing burger, if I'm remembering right. But like before, if there is any previous information that I have already read from the other portion of this document, I will not be going over it again. And if you are interested in the whole context with the nanolist portion and what happened with her, you can go back to my second and third stream on this going through portion, or you can read the document yourself and just go through each part because there is a lot to go through, and I did not think it was going to take me over six streams to get done with everything in this document. But like I said before, I do find this worth going through, and I'll be glad when I get finished with it so I can move on to other things I have planned. All right, and another thing I do want to go through before we continue with the doc itself. I do next week. I do have a couple videos I am planning. Instead of doing a bunch of different reviews this year, for this season, I'm basically going to go over all the different animes I'm watching this season, and I'll give my thoughts and I'll give my quick thoughts to each in that video, and then I'll see how that video does. If it does well, I think I'll just do that for future videos. And yeah, and then at the end of the season, I will then post a bunch of reviews for each anime I am watching. I'm trying to juggle and do something else with my content because, in all honesty, my last several reviews that I put out have not done very well, and my last video on Witch Watch, the season of Witch Watch, the view itself I was happy with, but I'm gonna be honest, the review has done terribly. Other than me watching it a couple times to check on it, no one has really watched it at all. So I'm mixing up my content to see how that goes, to experiment a little bit to help grow my channel because that is my goal. At the end of the day, I want to entertain people and be someone who is worth watching. And That is all I wanted to update you guys on. So, and of course, I will be leaving this as a VOD on my channel going forward, so you guys can watch everything in order. So, let's go ahead and continue with Silvervale's portion of the Google. Where am I? Okay, there I am. All right. All right. Silvervale's document for reference. All right. There's that. My statement on Cinder and redacted. Of course, that's analysis. Silvervale and I have never been friends. There were three reasons I tried to make some kind of a connection with her throughout the years. I have been endlessly compared to and harassed about my similarities to Silvervale. That at my to Silvervale, that at my insecurities ever since I started my VTubing community. Ever since I started my VTubing career, these comments weren't true, but I believe Silvervale bought into them and disliked me for it. If Silvervale and I could clear things up, be on good terms, and to be able to publicly acknowledge each other, it would have helped to end the harassment both of us were getting for so long. Any creative or business endeavor Silvervale and I did together could have been very successful and benefited us both. I've gotten countless requests from fans asking for this. Red had lots of ideas of potential things we could have done, and I was always open to working together with her. I genuinely sought a friendship with someone I was repeatedly told was very similar to me in our personalities, likes, and interests. Silvervale was never obligated to do any of these things, and I never felt that she was. I just wanted to get along for so long, and I held out hope that we could talk things out, but she showed me through her own behavior how she really felt about me due to no actions of my own. My pursuit to fix things between us turned to mixed feelings, and after she repeatedly gave me reasons to, I grew to resent Silvervale by the summer 2024. The never ending harassment for copying her and other circumstances around her didn't help in the times. I confided in my friends about my experience with Silver. They all agreed with me and tell me their own stories about her. It was Silvervale's dislike of me and her actions towards me throughout the years that informed mine and Red's opinion on Shy Lily and her feelings about me before I was canceled. Silver wouldn't acknowledge me by name when I'd rated her ghosted my messages for months and got her model from Nanolis at a very suspicious time, a similar petty pattern behavior without any communication. Here are some things I said about Silvervale in my apology. I grew more and more resentful of Silver over time between the consistent belittling of myself, a controversy around my first waifu cup, and other incidents, even though she herself never interacted with me directly. And it was also that fact that made me insecure, like I wanted to know if she believed all those things or not. It really felt as if she didn't like that I even existed in the same space. Silver was completely undeserving of this treatment, and it was my own insecurities that led me to making this choice. I became unapologetic evil towards her due to no direct action of my own. I was so wrong for letting everyone get in my head about all those malicious feelings. I'm so sorry for any opportunities I've taken away from you. I was overly apologetic because of the severity of the moment. I chose not to go into detail about any of my interactions with Silver, and even said there wasn't any it wasn't any between us when there was. I felt awful about the feelings I had about her, calling myself unapologetically evil when I wasn't. I did not sabotage Silvervale. I agreed to ask Nano not to work with her on her models anymore, where Silver lost nothing, and I apologized for the opportunities I took from her when there really wasn't any in doing so. I gave Silvervale the ability to fill in the gaps in the story however she wanted, despite apologizing to her for evils far beyond what I have ever actually done. It didn't stop Silvervale from confidently lying about me when she finally had the chance. Silver said she wanted her community to be fully informed about everything, so below is my experience with with and around Silvervale, ending with a breakdown of her document and a showcase of all the lies she told on her stream. Throughout the start of the timeline, I'll place the screenshots of Red's retelling of events to Nano from May 2023 to show that he wasn't lying to her. They're highlighted with blue border like his commentary. That conversation is also included below, just like it was with Nano's section of this document. Everything is in chronological order, and all the dates and times are in ETS. I've censored my private information or names of people who aren't directly involved. Screenshots of that, including messages that were in any of the documents, are highlighted with a red border. Screenshots that are directly taken from another document are highlighted with an orange border. Dates and important messages with any screenshots are highlighted with yellow. Quotes from my apology are highlighted in gray. Red zone documents, comments on anything being presented are labeled and highlighted blue. Accusations of copying Silvervale. I have been accused, compared, and harassed for years by people thinking I copied everything about Silvervale, including my personality, voice, and even my language. I was never going to address this publicly, but I'm taking the opportunity to lay everything out and show that I didn't copy her. A quote from my apology. Since I started streaming, I have been ruthlessly compared to Silvervale being okay. That was already read. There are more instances like that, but Silver refuses to fully acknowledge or interact with Cinder at all because it's assumed that Cinder copied her. It sucks because she didn't. Ironically, Cinder is only Cinder because of Silver, but that's not because she copied her. The complete opposite. Before November 2020, what we knew of Silvervale was as much as I knew about the only other Western VTubers at the time, almost nothing. I knew who she was, but I didn't watch her content. It was only after V Shoujo debuted and Silvervale rebranded did I start following her. 11/15/2020, which we all know what happened with the V Shoujo. I'm not gonna go into that, but if you want to know more what happened during that whole fallout, I do have a video on my channel going through several of those things. 11/15/2020, my original VTuber concept based on my ASMR persona was finished, and I was waiting to work with the artist Red, and I contacted to design my character in December. I was originally going to be a cherry blossom wolf girl. Oh boy, yeah, that would have definitely raised a lot of red flags for people because that's essentially Silvervale's whole thing. And it has worked really well for her. Okay, so all right, messages. Lore Tashi She-Wolf, who got separated from her pack and was lost in Cherry Blossom Forest, scared, starving, and alone. She took a shelter from a thunderstorm. Okay, so yeah. Yeah, this is all original. Hanami, Japanese for flower or blossom. Okami, Japanese for wolf. Okay, so yeah. That's right. Cinder has mentioned that her original concept was going to a big inspiration was from the game Okami because of course Cinder really loves that game. I don't blame her. It is a good game. I've played a good portion of it on my Wii. I have yet to finish it. Probably at some point I will. V Shoujo was announced. This was Silvervale's original design and description on V Shoujo's website. An Okami Sakura spirit. Yeah, that would have caused a ton of problems, if I'm going to be honest. The same day, Red emailed the artist that was designing my character that we're changing our plans. Red references Silver's design above in this message. In my apology, I said, the only time Silvervale was mentioned in the original design of my character was when we explained why we were pivoting to something else, and there were no references of her character involved. All right, here is the email. So we have an update for you. We have change of plans. So recently we've been seeing a lot of new VTubers with cherry blossoms that started popping. We didn't mind so much that it wasn't that it was overdone a concept because we had confidence in our following to rise among the crowd. However, a new VTuber agency called V Shoujo was just announced today with talents like Silvervale, etc. Now it turns out Silvervale's concept, not that you can tell from her character design, is that she's an Okami Sakura spirit with a ton of the same traits Tashi just happens to have. Here's the link. If you scroll down to talents and click on her, you can read. All right. Now seeing the new company, and I know it's a long shot right now, we wouldn't want to have samey or exact traits of any other talent in hopes of one day joining. Gotta think long term. So, where am I going with this? All afternoon, we've been stressing about what to do. We have a character design, we have a backstory, we're working with an artist. How can we switch things up now? So, we came up with a really good idea that's kind of a 180. A cute hellhound girl who was kicked out of hell for being so sweet and kind. We know it's a huge departure from what gave you. We're sorry we don't know if the fiery bondage, I only say bondage because we like the idea chains, spikes, and bracers, a collar, is something you have experienced drawing or it's even something you agree to help with. So we understand if you want to drop off the project with us. This is very last minute and we fell in love with the idea of a wolfy girl with animated fire on her design, and we weren't seen or found a VTuber concept like this anywhere yet. We'd like to know what your thoughts are on this. If you're still willing to accept our commission, we can submit a new application for Toshi with the new design in mind. If you're interested, we still request starting with you in December. We're really excited about this, almost like a fire was ignited, and we'd be so thankful for your help. Sorry again for the last minute overhaul. Thank you so much. Redacted. Silvervale had her re-debut stream with reveal with revealed. Silverell had her re-debut stream to reveal her new models and Sakura Wolf design later that same night on 11/24/2024. There's the banner, and there's that. Vichojo debuted in silver rebranded as her possible, so to avoid copying her, and so we could stand up. Basically, opposed that design because the Sinders love of metal music and Okami Wolves. The fact that no one at the time had far Western VTubing was so new. We came up with Cinder and told we had to change direction last minute in order to stand out from Silver, and also that pink cherry blossom motif was super overdone, which that was actually a pretty smart choice. All right, and here's the whole thing with. All right, that is just a list of traits that Cinder has. The original name we had in mind was Ember, but thought it was too generic. Red came up with her name Cinder by combining Sin and Cinder. Sin relating to hell and Cinder to fire, which made Cinder the hellhound, and I like the wordplay aspect of it. It had nothing to do with sounding like silver. The name Embers was also going to be reused for my fan base, but we scrapped it and didn't have fan name until much later. Personnel, you can see from my original character sheet from 11/15/2020 above, Silver's description on the feature website that Silver and I inherently share a lot of personality traits. Cinderdoodle came from it. It sounded like Snickerdoodle, relating to my love of sweets, but also to drawings of me. It was intended to be used for my own artwork. I'll show below too. Cinder's doodles. The other deals with Cinder, like draw sheet, but I didn't like the way it sounded. Our choice had nothing to do with Silver art tag Doodle Veil. Below is the document where all the references were given to the artist design. Cinder, none of them are Silvervale. Cinder's bangs are based off of my hair in real life. Okay, so that's an original design. All right. Wow, she went through several iterations. Okay, we're getting close. All right, that's pretty close. That design's not bad. Okay, those are two different VTubers. There's Fruit. I have my own opinions of her, but that's got nothing to do with this video. Here's some other. All right, those are all references. I'm guessing to other. My design was finished. I've never held changing my design from a soccer wolf to a hellhound against Silver. I was thankful for it once since Cinder was a much better idea than what we had before, and it's what led me to calling her inspiration soon after this. Hi, hi. At first, all emails scared me. I thought I messed up big, but glad it was just about text edits. Fixed it all and put all the files here. Please note the HD files should belong only to you and the artist that will create her live 2D model. I would be able to use a black silhouette, the first drawing, in a VTuber advertising in the new accounts. Yes, you can use a black silhouette to advertise. Thank you for asking. Hope you like how the final reference turned out and enjoy your new character. Good luck with your journey. Wish both of you big luck. All thanks for trusting me to create something so important and truly honored. Okay, I wonder if this is someone else other than Nano. I mean, it could be someone else, and I'm guessing it is because they would have mentioned Nano. I wonder when she's going to come into the picture. Yeah, okay, this is where it really took shape. Okay. When my character design was finished, I needed to get stream assets read, and I looked over all the popular VTuber credits at the time to find artists we liked and who we could work with. That includes silvervales. There's a handful of things I referenced from Silver throughout the years that weren't included in this document, such as emotes and 3D models. Uh, excuse me. All right. One thing I forgot to mention. I have put my biases aside because for anyone who has known me, I am a fan. Oh, hello, Ismail Madood. Looks like Gemini site. Um, I'm not sure what you mean by that, but thank you for commenting. As I was saying before, I am setting my biases aside because I have been a fan of Silvervale for a while, and I've been a fan of Cinder for a while. So, in order to look at this objectively, I'm putting my biases aside and actually looking at proper evidence to make a conclusion with Silvervale and Cinder on this aspect. I hope you can understand where I'm coming from. We liked Silver's chibi art on her Twitch panels and her stream alerts. Red messaged the same artist that made hers for exactly these things, citing Silver as a reference. We got to know these artists and they became our friends. They were the only artists in the VTubing space we really knew at the start of 2021 and happened to be mutual friends with Silvervale. My GFN are talking to a bunch of artists right now for her VTubing debut and next spring. We're both totally in love with your work. We found you through Silvervale's credits. I know your commissions are closed right now, but I wanted to ask if you knew where they'll be open again. We'd be super happy to work with you, and we can send you our character reference sheet if you'd like to see if you're interested. Thank you. Hey, feel super honored. Thank you. I would love to know what you guys would be interested in so I can tell you if I'm able to accept your commissions anytime soon. All right, and that's just all the rest of the messages. After I had character design, I had planned to draw a series of fan artworks of myself with different VTubers I liked, looked up to, or were inspiration to me in some way, and posted them using my Cinderdoodle tag. I had four plans, started three, but only ever finished one. I chose to redraw Silvervale first because I thought her design looked the best next to each other. I was going to draw Fruit because she was an inspiration reference I used for my design, and Bao because she was one of my first inspirations to get into VTubing aside from Holomyth. In my apology, I said I wasn't genuinely interested in pursuing friendship with her and drew fan art myself of us together. She planned to do her, drink tea, Bao splashing on her head, we getting upset, playing drums, Cinder played the guitar, here together. Alright, and there's some. Oh, I'll be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom. All right, I'm back. I posted a hold on. I posted of I posted a picture of the artwork I was working on. I drew it on paper, scanned it, then finished it on my tabletop. All right, and here is a picture of and here is oh gosh, I cannot tweet whatever. I don't know what you call X messages. I'll just call it tweet. Here's Cinder's tweet of that. I posted the finished art I called Silver in Inspiration because she inspired Cinder's creation. Without a rebranding into a Sakura Wolf, Cinder wouldn't exist. I used Cinder Veil because I thought it was a cute way to put our names together and went with the art. Me saying maybe we be part of the same pack was about my ambition to be part of V Shoujo at the time, which we all know is a good thing. Cinder never became part of V Shoujo. Whew, she dodged a bullet there. At the time, the big new Western VTuber group. After it was posted, Silver's mom saw my art, liked it, retweeted it, and commented on it. The images from the Wayback Machine archived from the same date since the original tweet was deleted. I don't know why this would even have a snapshot in the Wayback Machine at all, or why the page is in German. I had 5,000. I had under 5,000 followers at the time. The only reason I have this post link to even find it on Wayback Machine is because Silver did she and she showed it on her stream on 4/30 2025. Here's a little gift for at Silvervale. You're such an inspiration to me. I thought it would be cute to draw us together since we are opposites. And anyone, maybe these wolves will be part of the same pack. By the next morning, Silver's mom had deleted her comment, unliked my tweet, and unretweeted it. Red's messaged our artist, mutual friend, and told him what happened and asked if I did something wrong. I had no way of contacting Silver or her mom to ask them directly, so Red brought it up to them, thinking they might know. They pointed out on the at Silvervale hashtag Cindervale tag at the problem. I came from the cosplay community. I know what a ship tag is. VTubers have art tags, meme tags, and general tags, and more. I did not intend for the tag I used to come across as a ship tag with someone I haven't even met, and it was stupid of me not to even thought of it. I deleted a tweet right after and never used Cindervale again. Mama Vale retweeted the original post, then unretweeted it, and we were like, what happened? Red's DMs with the artist. Okay, something weird just happened last night. Silvervale's mom retweeted and replied to Cinder's chibi art, and now the reply was deleted and the retweet was gone. Did she do something wrong? I'm not completely sure. Why would you ask me about it? It might be because of the ship tag. Perhaps, like, I would feel uncomfortable myself if VTuber that I don't know at all would create a ship tag on me and them, to be honest. But I'm just assuming here. Sorry, I can't help. Oh, sorry, I wasn't bringing it up for conversation. My bad. I guess we didn't realize that about the ship tag thing. Sorry to bother you with that. It's no big deal. Don't worry. It was just a surprise. Well, anyway, I hope your day is going well. Thank you, Red. Hope yours too. All right. Later that day, Silver messaged me directly, and I completely understood where she was coming from. I made a mistake, and I was so upset with myself that this was my first interaction with her in my DMs with Silvervale. Okay, I've been really busy the past week, so I don't really have a chance to reach out. But I loved your art. I just had a little bit of concern with the force ship tag. I just feel like it was just a little off-putting and in a bad taste considering we don't really know each other yet. I hope you understand. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I didn't intend for it to come across that way. I sincerely apologize for upsetting you and hope you can forgive me. I had deleted the post earlier this afternoon after thinking about the tag. Like you said, I'll repost it in the future without it again. I'm really sorry. I didn't want to start off the wrong foot with you. Yeah, told me your manager had messaged her asking why my mom and retweeted it and that you deleted it after that. Thank you for understanding. No problem, Silver. Thanks for reaching out. Oh my gosh, Silver ended up messaging Cinder. Yeah, I talked a bit with her, and I'm glad the two could figure it out. You didn't need to do that, but really appreciate it. You're awesome. I was literally sweating bullets. Cinder still really worried about it. I told her I think it's going to be all right. She's just upset that this is the first impression Silver has of her. It's okay, don't worry. I'm sure it's fine. Cinder apologized and removed the post, so Silver is fine again. She was stressed out about how approach to. So you see, we are all humans after all. I'm glad everything was cleared up. Thank you for your reaching out to her. I think you helped out both parties with the situation. I'm glad I could help. I'm sure it wasn't Cinder's intention, so I wouldn't want Silver to think of you in a bad way or anything. I reposted my artwork and rewrote part of the tweet. Silver's fan art was the only one I ever did because I felt anxious and discouraged by how the situation played out. Besides, replying to her tweet, this was my last and only interaction with Silver until late 2022. Almost 2 years later, people have used the fact I called Silver an inspiration in the tweet as evidence for me copying her. A little gift for at Silvervale. I thought it would be cute to draw us together since we're opposites. You're such an inspiration to me. Thank you for being so. Thank you for bringing so much joy to this community. Demon design. Since some people think that my demon design was a way to copy Silver's goddess design, and Red later made the comparison to Nano in their DMs, I wanted to show the timeline for it here. This was when I first brought the idea to Nano. The idea came from seeing Fruit's evil alternate design a year earlier in December 2020, and I knew I wanted to have similar outfits since then. This is Okay, so this is when they first started. No, okay. Hi, Nano. I placed the Skeeb. I'm so excited for it. I also wanted to ask if you do character designs at all. Mentioned having a new demon outfit design for Cinder, and I was curious if that's something you might want to work together on. Thank you. It would be cool to have a model from you, and with the new and original designs like 2 in 1, it's not urgent anymore. So I'm not sure when you'd like to start if you're still interested. Thanks for the ski, by the way. Still kind of sad I'm not helping. I'm not helping to pay it. And yes, I do character designs. I'm currently working on a commission. I guess mid-December I'll be free. Don't feel bad. It's a gift for you because you've been so sweet. December would be perfect. I absolutely love your work and I'm so happy to be able to help me. So much. How much do your character designs normally cost? I'd also really like to hang out with you and play a game with you sometimes if you want to. Old body versus current body. I still own my old uniform from when I used to control an undead army. Maybe you'll see me wear it again. I used to have quite a mean look, which is the opposite of me. Oh, I have some. Like I said, I have opinions on fruit, but I'm not going to say them here. Silvervale revealed her goddess design for the first time. I'm so excited to announce my new Sakura goddess form. This will be coming in 2D and 3D soon. Thank you so much for the gorgeous design. What's your favorite part of it? Mm. Excuse me. Excuse me. I made a Google Drive folder with my concepts. I think we'd look nice for a demon design of Sinner, including my current reference. Oh, my demon design was started. Okay. I made a Google Doc, including my current reference sheet for you too. I've had notes of each other image. Without them, please take your time and have fun with them. It looks forward to see what you come up with. I've been debating whether or not I want the flame in the design to be orange or like normal or purple to be more unique. Just wanted to mention that for you to keep in mind. The idea so far. Wow, this was really fast. There were parts like I like about it and some things I'd like to change. I played around with these colors and I think like the orange color scheme I like the orange color scheme better, but the purple was really pretty. I just don't want this design to look too different. I made a quick edit to it in PS to try to show you what direction I like to go. I really want to keep the fire aspects on the design like the ears and tail. Okay, all right. That is the first concept art of the demon form one. Okay. Huh. I did my first model debut. I debuted my first model over a year of trying to get one. I was finally able to use and show off my model by Nano, which was the third one she ever made, but the first one she made after I had her taught by another artist to cut art layers correctly for live 2D. Uh, I was harassed for allegedly copying everything about Silvermail. My model was also directly compared to original L2D as looking too much alike, being used as proof that I must have copied her. Even when Cinder debuted, people were saying she looked like Silver. Okay, yeah, I already read that. By Red's account, Silvervale was lurking in my chat something during my debut stream while he was modding. She was gifted a sub while there, but never said anything. She never followed me on Twitch or Twitter and never acknowledged me after. Silver was at Cinder's debut last year. Cinder started growing fast, and then not even a month later, contacts you about getting a model from you herself. Rushed for her birthday, but like I was saying before, Cinder debuted. Oh, this I already also read this. This was these portion is when Red was talking to Nano about the first time and worries about Silvervale. Okay, Silvervale account. This user hasn't chatted in your channel. Okay, so she was gifted a sub, but she never, but she never, but she never sent a message. Okay. Starting a few days after my debut, Silver started to advertise her big brand new model being worked on. Being my new model is okay. Sakura Tummy. Okay. All right. Unfortunately, her model wasn't going to be ready for her birthday, so sometime in July, she decided to get a replacement model. She asked Nanolist just weeks after my debut. Nano was not well-known model artist back then. I was her third model she ever made, and I had her trained on how to cut her art for L2D. By 7:30, 2022, Nano already had Silver's model fully drawn. Red sent me the copy pasted message from Silver in her server. I responded with great because we both knew that if Nano was making it a new model, I was going to be accused of copying her again. Copied message. So I've said many times on stream, my Sakura Goddess model won't be done for an undetermined amount of time due to delay with my artist and the sheer complexity and detail of the model, since I always want the best for you. But I still wanted something special and new for my birthday and anniversary, and have some new eye candy for y'all to enjoy. So there might be something new coming soon. Great. Art looks pretty similar. Great. Uh, Let me take a sip. Silver tweeted she was going to review plushie collections on stream. I replied with my plushie collection, hoping she'd see it. It was another thing we both had in common, and now that I was actually a VTuber, I was hoping to be able to connect with her and move past the awkward fan art situation from 2021. She never did this. She never did this stream. It could have been for any reason she didn't, but looking back and seeing that my reply to her was the most liked one it would have been seen, I feel like she had no reason other than not wanting to acknowledge or platform me in any way, or going through these replies on her stream. This matched her behavior towards me going forward. Send me your plushie collections to review on stream. There are lots of plushies so far. Uh, I reposted my fan art. I reposted my fan art for Silver's birthday, and she debuted her new model from Nanolist just a month and a half after mine. Even though I debuted my model from Nano before Silver, I was still accused of copying her, and that I got a model from Nano because she did. Happy birthday, Silver. I hope you have an absolute wonderful day with lots of yummy treats. Best of luck with your subathon today. This is the model that I'm most familiar with Silvervale. I tweeted a meme during TwitchCon weekend a little while before going to Silvervale's meet and greet. I was planning to go to introduce myself to her directly since our last personal interaction was when I first made my fan art. This was an older inside joke between Red and I, and it wasn't a meme going around. Boing boing. Okay. At one of my impromptu meet and greets during this TwitchCon, I had someone bold enough to confront me and ask me about copying Silverware's model and ours. I had to clarify to them that she got her model from Nano after I did. I went to Silver's meet and greet with Aru and Red. This was the first time I spoke with her directly since my DMs with her on Twitter at the start of 2021 while we were waiting in line right after the meet and greet. Aru suggested the idea of a canine collab between us two and Silver. This is the image of us, meaning Silver and Aru, posted later that day. I did not make my own tweet about meeting Silver. Here was Silver's reply to Aru's tweet. This was so doable. It was amazing and meeting you both canine girls. Then at TwitchCon, this well, Dash Silver, if the two of them and Cinder could do Wolf Girl collab together. I've heard some issues, but I Cinder and never heard anything else about it. Okay. I messaged Aru on my way home from TwitchCon if she was actually planning to ask Silvervale about the collab together, which she did. Were you still thinking about messaging Silvervale about a Wolf Girl chat? I'm not sure if she'd really want to, but I'd love to do more with you anyway. We should plan our spooky collab when we recover from this weekend. Yes, let me message her and ask if that's okay. Yes, I agree. Let's plan something. Excuse me. We can wait a bit. We can wait a bit if you're still covering, but if you've had a day, time in mind, let me know. Excuse me. Um, just my schedule is pretty open right now. I know I'm pooped from the weekend, but I want to do lots with my friends still. Three sounds like she would be down to play something together once. Sounds like she would be down to play games together once her schedule clears up. Sweet, just let me know. My schedule can be pretty flexible. The screenshot of Aru's DMs with Silver that she sent me, she never got back to Aru about this. Silver said that a collab together would be a ton of fun. Hi, it was amazing seeing you too. I was wondering, would you be down to play some games off stream? If had time, totally understandable if you're too busy to. Cinder and I were just talking about how funny it would be to have a canine night. Cinder was the hellhound that was with me at the meet and greet. That would be a ton of fun. I'd be really busy. I've been really busy lately with the con prep and stuff, but things have been coming down lately. Excuse me. Silver tweeted her own version of my meme a week after mine, before I was retroactively accused of copying her again. I replied to her tweet with my own. This was not a meme format going around, and I don't own this format by any means. But the fact she was just so happened to do the same thing I did right after I went to a meet and greet without following me on Twitter and without ever acknowledging me was very off-putting. Okay. We have the same brain cell. All right. We made this. Okay. This was in a previous document. A mutual friend introduced Silver and I directly in a Minecraft server we were both part of while I was streaming. They chose to take me around and introduce me to lots of people, including Silver. I did not ask them to meet her outside of Silver's meet and greet at TwitchCon 22 and 23. This was the only time we've spoken verbally and the only time we've interacted in a stream setting on my stream. Silvervale was not streaming. And this was around the time the BSMP Minecraft server started, and they were both in in at the time, introduced them to each other, and Cinder was super nice. Always, no, Cinder was super nice, like always, and Silver just gave like a dismissive hi and went on with what she was doing. After becoming a VTuber myself, meeting her in person, being introduced by a mutual friend, and playing in the same Minecraft server for a while, another interest we had in common, looking past the things she might have been doing towards me, I had built up the confidence to try reaching out to Silver again. I was able to DM her on Twitter because of a fan art situation. Otherwise, I would have had no way of contacting her. Her DMs are closed to people she doesn't follow, and I wasn't friends with her on Discord. I refrained from messaging her for almost 2 years because I didn't want it to be weird and embarrassing, like our first interaction ended up being. I didn't ask her for a collab or try using her or try to profit off of her. I asked her if she wanted to just hang out in Minecraft off stream to get to know each other over a game we both enjoyed. Silvervale never replied, and I never pushed or pressured her, and I've never or pressured her. This was what I said in my apology, which we already uh me while reaching out. Cinders DM Silver on Twitter before playing Cinder DM Silver Twitter before asking in Minecraft together since they were both really into it and was never answered. Okay, this is just some repeating information. Um, uh I had deleted the post earlier this afternoon thinking about the tag like you said. I'll repost it in the future without it again. I'm really sorry I didn't much. Told me your messenger had messaged. Okay, no problem, Silver. Thanks for reaching out. Okay, this. Okay, that's all just previous information. I hope you had fun at TwitchCon. Okay. 2 days after messaging Silver and almost 2 months after TwitchCon, I thought about the collab with Silver and Aru and asking if she ever heard from Silver about it, and Aru never said anything about this again. And I didn't ask about it again. It was okay with me that this never happened. Aru would later admit she never actually messaged Silver like she said below. Hey Aru, have you heard from Silvervale about doing a Wolfie collab with us? Let me message her right away. No problem. I'd love to collab with you again soon anyway. The first time the name Powerpup was ever brought up was from the viewer who suggested it. Since I didn't have a community name yet, I didn't want to choose a name at that point because I didn't have a mascot design yet. My chat really liked the name though. 2 months later, I revealed that the finished design of my mascot and asked my chat for name suggestions. It's a placeholder name was Little Friend. One of the names suggested was Pyro Pup again, and my chat ultimately chose it. Yeah, I remember her showing these concept arts before. I also forgot to ask if it's possible to update the text on the reference sheet. My community chose a name for the little guy. Sure, just tell me and I'll change it. Pyropup. I messaged Dan about starring on some uh, pose ideas for my waifu cup when she was ready and available. Okay, these were all before. Hold on. I know I was asking when you'll have time to work on the art. My gamer subs up and said you were a little busy right now. Do you think you could come up with some pose ideas when you have a chance? There's no rush. I know you're busy. Oof. Of course I can do. You want it two-sided, right? That would be amazing. Excuse me. Excuse me. I rated Silvervale and she didn't acknowledge me by name. I've rated Silvervale multiple times over the years, and every time she refused to say my name when for anyone else I've seen she would. After this raid, Red and I both separately messaged one of our friends about it. We confided in this friend about my situation with Silvervale and spite at WeebCom 2023. A couple weeks before this, they were offered to try talking to Silver about me. As far as we know, they never did, and these were the only messages to them about Silver. All right, there's the Cinder rated Silver multiple times. These are just repeats. I rated Silver tonight and she wouldn't say my name again. No way. It'll be okay, but how was the stream today? It was okay. I hope you guys had fun too. Cinderella Silver again got the same rush response with no name call out. She hates her. Cinder told me, what the F? Days without nonsense. She had a call, just had a call with Silver. I didn't ask her. I didn't ask her. I saw the message you deleted, by the way. I think about asking Silver. I'll ask her when I think the time is right. It's a bit since her and I called, so we were just catching up on life. No worries. Thank you for update. Of course. Where am I at? Okay. One of my friends and I had conversations about Silvervale leaving V Shoujo, which led me to open up to them about my experience with her. There were gaps in the screenshots where irrelevant things were being talked about. I also want to point out that the emote section to my message below about genuine friends wasn't there before, and this friend deleted at least one message of theirs from an unshown part of the conversation. All right. Did you hear about V Shoujo news? Yeah, we're all screaming broad. Not gonna lie, Silver was oversharing crazy. Yeah, it's wild. I didn't think would be the first to leave. Hold on. Oh gosh, I can't remember, but I think it was Nanners. No, Nanners was held hostage. Um. Anyway, she was throwing so much shade. Girl, like, yeah, that was too far. OMG, I'm pretty sure she hates me anyway, but that's another can of worms. I'm so glad us and our friends are actually genuine friends, but that's another can of yeah. Yeah, I always saw your comment and her never reply. So much deeper than that. I just want to be friends with everyone. I love you and the rest of the girl in the group so much. Yeah, that's the thing. You can't be friends with everyone. It's to my experience, it's best to have a small, tight group of people you get along with, and not try to overreach. That way you can make plenty of time for the people that you legitimately enjoy being around. It's so much deeper than that. I just want to be friends with or that. Honestly, I feel like you and Lily get the most undeserved hate from anyone I know. You breathe. Well, we already know how Lily turned out. It all started because I drew fan art of her. Why would you get hated for that? And it wasn't even really and I wasn't really even a fan at the time. I just liked her for theming. It's a long story. The whole time I was at the airport with Red and I were talking about it with her. I just don't get why there's so much hate. The whole internet and most likely Silver think I copied her brand design and personality and personality. Honestly, I think it just minds her. I think Silver just minds her own business for the most part. I don't ever see her interact with VTubers aside from okay. And I've been acting this whole time like I'm not a person with personality. That's what I thought too. It's just a whole series of misunderstandings that have nothing to do with Silver. It's kind of late, but I can tell that you full story. But basically, I had my ASMR channel for almost a whole year before V Shoujo. It's the same with the Lily hate. Like for real, I don't get it at all. You're all so sweet. Don't even get me started with Lily. Of course, I know this is takes place before, but anyway, it's my okay. So Cinder is talking about her original ASMR character, which we already know. And then V Shoujo happened. Silver rebranded to a Cherry Blossom Wolf Girl like before. I didn't watch her. I don't know. And I'd be compared to her all the time. He took my Wolf Girl idea and did something completely different that I still loved. And okay, so this is just going over the whole story that we already know. People got mad at that. Cinder was not derived from Silver. It wasn't gonna. Okay, so this is just going over all the information that we already know. Okay, it continues. When I said somebody did that to me, it was referenced into Spite. Although she was never discussed here, everything about Spite will be addressed in her section. Okay? Just like a shadow over me all the time, that unless I try to resolve it with her directly, it'll never go away. Okay, a lot of this information we already know and came up before in the previous sections. I told Nano I was trying to get her okay to work on my Wolf Cup art on stream, so it'd be easier for her. And I told her how much it meant to me to have the first Wolf waifu cup with her artwork on it. Okay, this use first. Maybe we can actually hit it. No, don't say that. I could never. I'm sure. Okay, so this I'm pretty sure talks about in the nano section. Red asked about Nano's projects, about when Silver contacted her about her model in 2022 and encouraged her to set aside time for her own content. Yep, this was already read. Okay, this was already talked about. I asked Nano about when she made Silver's first model. We also been working with mutual artist friend. Okay, this has already been all. Like I said, this has already been all talked about. So I'm gonna go by that. I'm gonna go past that. I thanked Nano for the Wolf Waifu Cup artwork she made for me, and her scale figure was announced. Sorry, I didn't reply before. Not going to. Okay, yep, already read all through that. Red talked to Nano about the situation with that first waifu cup, which led to him revealing our experience with Silvervale over the past 2 years. Before this, I was told that Silvervale had her own waifu cup with Nano's artwork on it, and that it was already far into production. I was very excited and proud to have the first cup with Nano's art, and all of a sudden that wasn't going to be the case. Not only that, but my cup was going to be released after Silver's. I would have been harassed for copying her again. I didn't. Okay, yeah, this is just going over the whole experience with the waifu cup that we read in Cinder section in the nano section of the document. So you can go ahead and read all of this there if you are so inclined. Stupid! I don't need that. Okay. Um. So we're done. How she responded to Cinder raids and pet. Okay, yeah, this is going all over the whole thing with Red explaining things to Nano, which of course was already discussed heavily in the Nano section, and it continues. There's that. All right. Okay, this explained the waifu cup still. Okay. Continue over with the whole misunderstanding. Let's see, keeps going. In between these screenshots, Red told Nano the story about the long process of getting my first model, but it's not relevant to show here. Okay. Okay, so yeah, Cinder's first model was not from Nano. Okay. All right. Get it later on the 16th. The exact same thing, so it does not follow Cinder. Okay, these are just going over the same information that we got from before and in the nano list section. We already know this. Uh, I'm using we're here, but Cinder had no idea conversation was happening until I told her about it later. It was speaking for I was speaking for both of us, but her knowledge or without her knowledge of her consent. Okay, yeah, we already know what happened here. Mm, excuse me. Nano clarified to me that she was the one who went to Silver about a new model when she told me about it on 5/24/2023, but was already regretting it due to not being up for my model work. Nano talking about more models than she could handle will continue to happen over the next couple of years. Okay, yeah, a lot of this is already about Nano and her overworking herself, and all of this, like I said, you know what? I've already said it. Just go back and look if you want. Um. Yep. Already attacked it. Look at. Look at it. Uh. Direct message. Okay. All right. Red told me the gist of conversation with Nato, and next morning, and I messaged her about it. Red told me that I was talking about the full story. Okay, this was already read in the Nano section as well. Yep, I remember seeing this and seeing those messages and reading through everything. When Nano suggested I have good smile make my demon figure, I said that didn't even. I did. Excuse me, my demon figure, I said they didn't even want silver, which is something I heard from another friend. Good Smile is very hard to work with. She was a much larger creator than me at the time, so I thought my chances of working with them were even smaller. I chose to keep this in and pointing this out because it's the only time I said anything mean about silver in my own DMs with anyone. Okay, I had Discord, Twitch moderator applications open, and one of Silver's mods applied. They were chosen because of their experience modding for another large VTuber. I'll refer to them as Mod 1. Six, they're still interested. Waiting for them. All six still interested. I'm gonna. Okay, so this is just going over all the information. Discord and Twitch mod for Silver. I have another couple maybes. I didn't reach out, but only if we need more. Okay, I asked now to record some voice lines for my lore video from my upcoming debut. I asked a lot of my friends to participate. A couple of lines I gave them were in reference to the comments I got about Silver. Hey Nana, would you want to voice some short lines from my debut lore video? Yes, I don't know what it is, but yes. I need you to insult me. Hell yeah. There's part in the video where I'm overcome by negative thoughts, and I figured it would be fun to get my friends involved to be the voices in my head. Kinda like hate comments. I have some examples if you want them. That's what triggers the demon transformation. Ooh, sounds like an easy job. Here's a whole list to come up with. You choose from here or come up with your own. Just keep in mind that I'm sending everyone I asked to participate the same list. So if you could do a few, avoid too many duplicate lines, that'd be awesome. You'll never be good enough. That's a stupid idea. She's so boring. You're just a copy. This is what she calls music. You should stop trying. It's all for nothing. You're just a copy. Try being original for once. Here's a whole list I come up with so you can. Okay. Try being original. Okay. I messaged Nato to tell her we need to change the artwork on one side of my waifu cup because it's too similar to Silver's. Okay, yep, already read through this. Nano and Gamer Subs were able to work incredibly hard to get my waifu cup released before silvervales. It was important to me to have the first cup with Nano's art on it because of how much she meant to me, and what it meant to me to be the first one to represent her on that day. I was incredibly anxious about the harassment I'd get for copying Silver again. If mine was released right after hers with the same artist, I was worried that my drop would be overshadowed by the full color cup too. All right. There's that. Our gorgeous full color Game of Subs waifu cup is available for pre order. It's only here for a few weeks, so make sure you grab it before it's gone. Use code SILVER on your order to order and take me home. This is what my waifu cup was originally supposed to look like with the flame heart artwork on one side and had the same flame heart kiss animation on my model, and I loved having it represented here. I was made to change it to avoid being too similar to Silvervale's cup. Silver's artwork was finished a long time before mine. I was at least able to use it on my dance mat, but it was incredibly I was still incredibly upset that it wasn't the art on my cup or shirt. This was not Silver's fault, and I never blamed her for this, but this added to my negative experiences around her. Paul Shaker. All right. Red message now about Silver asking about him all right after my demon model butte. Silver's cup is out Friday. We'll post. Yes, she told me. At least Cinders came out first. Yes, and it's doing so well. Should have you make. Okay. That's just going over a bunch of information I've ever read that mentioned to me that more people contact her for models because of Cinder. Okay. This is just going over the same information. Did you tell her no? Silver's been kind of missing. I think not yet actually. Okay. Yeah, this is already all gone over. I after I accidentally told me Silver was already asked her for a model to Cinder's Demon debut, which was 3 days before this. When I essentially said, "What did you tell her?" No. Okay, yeah, we already know all this information. Yep, this has already all been gone through. This, I'm guessing, is just all for in the timeline for with Silvervale, and a lot of this I've already read. So, for the sake of time and not overdoing it and repeating myself, I don't just want to redo everything. All that Silver stuff getting to us since we didn't plan for things by releasing close to ours. I'll slap you about Silver. It's whatever, I guess. Forget about her. I swear. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's right. This is the only point Nanolis actually fought back with Red because Nano evidently was good friends with Silvervale, and Nano did not want Red talking bad about Silver. So we can see right here that Nano was capable of making her own decisions. Mm. Nano got tired of hearing about drama around Silvervale specifically. I was looking at numbers yesterday. Cinder literally has the same view numbers as Silver now. Cinder supremacy. Almost as many, but it's not really that, I think. It's really close. I think it's more like wanting to recognize Cinder, even though literally it doesn't matter. Okay, again, we've already read all this. All right. Already read all that. TwitchCon. Okay. TwitchCon. Where am I at? Come on. Okay. We're we're close to halfway there. All right. I just might be able to finish up Silvervale's portion of the Google Doc. So, all right. All right. TwitchCon 2023. 10/20/23. Silver and I had back-to-back meet and greets at Mythic Talent booths at TwitchCon when mine ended. I saw her line wasn't busy, so I hopped in to say hi to her. Last time I tried talking to her was my Twitter message about Minecraft almost a year earlier, and another friend of ours happened to be there to see Silver too. So I waited in line with them. When I saw her, I congratulated her on her novel Horizons figure and Starforge PC that were both displayed at Mythic booth. Told her she should be proud of all the cool things she was doing recently, and I wished her luck on whatever she was planning next. Silver nodded along, thanking me, and I left. Red took a picture of me talking with her in the moment, which is not something either of us planned to do beforehand. Later in the day, I posted on Twitter. I didn't see the harm in posting a cute picture of us together, which together we were both with Mythic Talent. Everyone wanted to see us interact, and showing us on friendly terms could stop the harassment. I said in my apologies. The photo of me at the meet and greet was taken candidly, and I thought it looked so cute, and I posted it without asking you, which is wrong of me. Stop by to say hi after my meet. Right after I tweeted Red messaged our mythic contacts about asking Silver to do something together. Woo! The current meet and greet started a little late, so feel free to walk around a little bit and start grouping grouping up around 2ish. Thank you. What are the chances we could talk to Silver about working with Cinder on something? Their messages being back to back and them sharing a lot of fans made me think whatever they could do could be really good. I think pretty easy. I'll message her and ask if I can make a group chat if you want. Sounds good. And thank you for you guys for being awesome for Cinder today. The meet was great and you've all been the best to work with. Thank you. We love working with you guys. So lovely meeting you both. I think the meet and greet went amazing and Cinder has the loveliest fans. Cinder had the loveliest talent management team. You guys are always so wonderful, and I'm so thankful for everyone you do. I'm always happy to participate in events. If you ever want to invite me back, I'm down to do in person or virtual meets or any cool things you have planned for the future. This would be a cute idea. I would love to see our branding working together for sure if she's down. Silvervale messaged me on Twitter 3 days where she said she isn't interested in collabs, but always down if I want to message or anything. Sometime after the message giving me okay, I sent Silver a request for Discord. I deleted the post earlier. Yeah, told me that you manager had messaged her asking why my mom untweeted it and that okay, this is just going over all the stuff before. My message with Silvervale. Here are all my DMs with Silvervale after she said to contact her on Discord. Since only a few of them have been shown, I will go over them below. The quote from my apology. Okay, I tried reaching out some time ago to try to start up a friendly conversation, to change things, to make things right, to say hi to you at conventions and support your endeavors. But despite all that, I was still being eaten alive by my own doubts and fears of harassment, and I was pressured by the community as a whole to try reaching out to collaborate since I got these messages so often comparing us. And I hope we could work something together out. Hi. Hi, so we're sorry for getting back to you late. I've been super sick from TwitchCon. I guess a lot of us got back sick after the last couple parties. I hope you had a good time at your meet and greet. It was nice to see you there. But yeah, no worries. If you don't prefer to stream together, my manager suggested something more so like sponsorship, merch, music, or some kind of other project together that maybe Mythic could help with if needed. I'd love to chat more either way. No worries, it's been super hectic and busy for everyone. I hope you're feeling better. I'm really flattered by the persistence, but I'm just not interested in transactional relationships with anything. I hope you can understand. I completely understand. I'm finally feeling better and getting back to streaming. I had a lot of Halloween stuff planned for this week, and I had to miss, but gonna try and make the most of what's left of my spooky month. I saw your next model teaser. I hope the debut goes well. I hope you're still enjoying spooky time away, hoping you feel better, and thank you. I was so anxious and nervous, but I think it went pretty well. I hope you're still enjoying spooky time anyway. Okay, that's just that message. I think your new design is super pretty and unique. Everyone did such a good job on it. I ended up carving a hunter pumpkin on stream for Halloween. Hey Silver, I just got your gamer sub stuff in the mail and looks amazing. It's so cute that we both have Nado's art on our merch since she's both our model mama. I hope your flavor development is going well and can't wait to try it. And they're sending me my samples on mine soon. Hi Silver, congrats on a good luck at VTuber Awards nomination, and I'm putting in a bunch of fun events in me leading up to and during the show. I hope to see you there. Hey Silver, your Valentine's outfit. Okay, so this is just going over Cinder. Late congrats on your gamer subs flavors. Okay. So Cinder is continuing. Silver messaged me after accepting my friend request. This was our first and only conversation in our DMs after turning down a collab. I brought up every other thing Red had talked about us doing. Silver messaged me after accepting my friend request. This was our first and only conversation in our DMs after turning down a collab. I brought up everything other than Red had talked about us doing together to see what she thought and to get it out of the way now. On the other hand, Red was in my ear the whole time saying how great working together would be since he's been the business oriented side of the brand. Maybe Silver just didn't want to stream together and would be open to doing something else. I didn't say it at the time, but I also brought these things up because of the dozens and dozens of requests I'd see of fans wanting us to do something together too. I said I'd love to chat more either way. Followed by, I completely understand when she turned me down again. Silver never showed that message, and I was cut off in her document. This was the final of 2 times I'd ever asked Silver to do something together, and the first and only time I asked her to do something professionally together. I didn't mind her saying no. I was just glad to finally be able to talk and try to connect. While Red had lots of ideas for us to work together, I wanted to try fixing whatever problems she had with me and at least be on good terms. If the public saw us friendly with each other, then I believe the harassment would stop. I messaged Silver after I received her gamer sub merch. I supported all of the model sisters, even Silvervale. This message was used on Silver's document against me to make it seem like I was taunting her, claiming that Red and I were planning to force Nano's cancel Silver model. I sent this before she had the conversation with Red, where Nano canceled Silver's model herself, which we already read that. All right. Already went over all this previously. Where am I? Okay. Let me take a drink. What time is it? It is already 3:20. Okay. Uh, Here are Red's DMs with Nano 2 days after my message to Silver, when Nano made the decision to remove Silvervale from a waitlist and cancel her model. The full conversion was in Nano's section of this document. Okay, this of course was already. All right, this is all stuff that was already gone over in the Nano list section. Here, Nano canceling the model with Silver in the DMs, blaming Mio and her workload. This screenshot is in Silver's document. Okay, Silver, I have to cancel the model com. I'm sorry, my manager told me I have to cancel the most comms possible for health reasons. I've been working too hard and it's getting into me. I really apologize for the inconvenience. I was looking forward to it so much. I love your art so much, and I've been excited for new models from you. I understand, though, you have to prioritize your health and taking care of yourself. I hope your health improves and you feel better. Make sure to get lots of rest and relaxation. Do you know if you would be able to do it next year at all? Don't feel pressured or anything. Just asking. I'm sorry, it hurts me a lot too. I just wish I could work on something. I could work on everything I could, but I believe I can still go for your model sometime next year. That's okay. I know you have a ton on your plate and can't imagine how stressful it must be. Do you think you can still do the gamer subs tub art, or oh yeah, illustrations are okay? Red didn't ask or make Nano cancel Silver's model, which of course we already know that to be the case. I didn't think much of the time, but Cinder messaged me on Discord right before my model was canceled. She celebrated that we shared art, despite the fact that at the same time she and Redactor were actively working to take potential for more away. This, I'm guessing, probably was brought on by what Nano and Lily was sharing around. This is what Red told Nano in May, working with Silver. Of course, we already seen all this. Yeah, all of this was already explained in Nano's section of the document, and here's Nano in her own public Discord server the very next day, November 18th, saying she's healthier and less stressed after choosing to remove Silver and Cotton from her commission waitlist. Had to take some action about my waste, but I'm healthier and less stressed. Nice. Nano streams returns. Another day later, on the 19th, when Red and Nano were talking again, Red commented on Silver finding another model artist. Okay, yep, already went with this. I hope Silver would find someone else to do her model so she wouldn't come back to Nano for her one. Unlike Cinder, by this point in time, I had already basically written off Silvervale because of the undeserved way she treated her. Excuse me. After clearing things up between them, Nano told Red she was going to take Silver's model, but never did. She was going to take back Silver's model, but never did. Okay. I don't want to disrespect Cinder. I just want to do pretty models. Okay. But here's Nano reaction on 4/26/25 to finding out about my message to Silver and the image of how it was portrayed in Silver's document. Nano would have known exactly what happened with Silver's model. Yep. We've already seen this, and I don't want to go over this again. I messaged Silver about the VTuber Awards nomination. Good luck on your Okay, yep, we read this before. Hold on. 113. Okay. I messaged Silver to congratulate her on her model debut when she went to her stream to support her. My messages weren't sending, and I didn't know what the problem was at the time, but came to find out later I was restricted in her chat, meaning all of the messages that were held for review and only visible to her and her mods. Silver had been ghosting my messages for months, and I gave her the benefit of the doubt that she just genuinely missed them. She told me she was always down if I want to message when this happened. Despite everything telling me not to, I still clung onto the hope that we could make amends. I wasn't oblivious to the way Silver had been treating me since I first debuted, and maybe I was too naive in thinking the way. Okay, so there's the message, which I've already read. There were multiple times I thought to just straight up ask her about the problems between us so we could try and work our differences out, but I never had the courage to send the message. 4/19/2024 and 4/26/2024. Silver's Gamer Subscriber launched 1 week before mine. Once again, I was told I was copying her not just because of her flavor was out before mine, but because we both had a label drawn by Nano. This was the second time our Gamer Sub launches were back to back. Sakura Splash out now. Okay, so there's that. All right. Pyro Power is available now. The new flavor is pomegranate tea. It's so yummy and refreshing. All right. 4/19/2024, 4/26/2024. Okay, so they're days within each other. I messaged Silver to congratulate her on the Gamer Subs flavor. This was the last message I ever sent to her. All right. I had my mod applications open again, and another 2 silvervales moderators applied after being encouraged to by Mod 1. Red messaged Mod 1 for their opinion on these applications. They've been modding for Silver for almost 2 years alongside them. Red asked them to asked about me being restricted on her Twitch chat a few months earlier, and if there was any problems her mod team had with me since Mod 1 had been around for a long time. Mod 1 asked Red to keep their conversation private from me. I was never told about these conversations Red was having with them or what he was told by Mod 1 over the following year until Red and I were putting this document together. I want to apologize to Mod 1 for including our messages here. I hope you understand. We're going through mod ops, and I want to ask you about a couple. Apply who are both also Silver's mods. So basically, can you give me a rundown of what you know about them, what they do over there, etc.? I've done a lot of Twitch side modding and a lot of experience there, and generally has a lot of good vibes to send. He's pretty active and he's work even, but doesn't really have the Discord access he needs at work. Is also really good at what he does, and he's super helpful, accommodating for Discord users, Twitch users both. Okay. May not be around as far as a community engagement goes. They both do really good on that end. There was a third person too from Silver's that isn't a mod, and I want to emphasize this. He has not been trying to get his foot in the door from modding stuff, and I think he'd be a good pick as well, seeing as he's kind of been finding himself really enjoying fitting into Cinder's community, and so I really can't give much higher praise to the three of them than I am. I can say, though, I've known these guys for a good bit, and they definitely have been looking at more modding opportunities. Do you know how long they've been modding for her? And I'll look for applications. What do you mean by looking at more modding opportunities, like besides Silver and Cinder? Become mods at the same time, so we're running up to 2 or so years now. And by modding opportunities, I had meant that I encouraged them to apply because I think they do well for Cinder. And I remember correctly, I become a Twitch mod long after. Okay, cool. Thank you. And these three are the only ones you know that applied from Silver side, just in case I missed. To my knowledge, those are the only three I know of. One more thing I wanted to ask. I don't know if you remember when Cinder was talking about this, unknown, but this was from silvervales chat. I guess Cinder's message didn't go through at all. I was wondering if you knew if there was any problem with Cinder and Silver's moderation, like in general. Figured I'd ask before considering hiring any more of her longtime mods, if that's all right. Yeah, that's been an elephant in the room for me a bit for a bit now. I'm not entirely sure what's going on, but a couple weeks ago I saw Cinder was monitored with chat restrictions in Silver's Twitch chat. Like she can't send messages that will be sent at all. I want to inquire about it and was told not to worry about it. Closer to Silver's Gamer Subs flavor release, one of the admin lead mods started blacklisting Cinder's emotes and stuff, and it's been a thing that I can't really figure out at all. I've really only told this, and I've been trying to keep it from Cinder just to avoid any potential hurt feelings and whatnot. And if I may, I'd like to further and add something that would request be kept confidential between us, or at least admins if possible, for sure. So on Silver's most recent mod apps, there was literally no question regarding what you would do in X situation and how to handle it. And instead, we're questioning like, who do you watch on Twitch, YouTube? Who's your favorite streamer? Do you plan a mod for anyone else? Something really weird is going on over there, and I'm kind of on the brink of stepping down and trying to move more towards focusing on Cinder's community because I haven't been able to really get any answers or even get something really weird or is going on over there. And I'm kind of on the brink, hold on, the chance to ask what was going on to see if there's any middle ground solutions for whatever has gotten to Silver. That's interesting. To be honest with you, between us, Silver's always had something against Cinder, and Cinder has tried multiple times to go about mending that bridge. There's a long-running conspiracy theory that Cinder copied her, and I think Silver bought into it. And I know that Cinder's a big streamer. It really bothers her. If I had to guess, I don't know Silver at all, just the clips and stuff. Like I know Silver's deals really badly with imposter syndrome and stuff, but this feels really different. Do you know if Silver has ever said why she moved her stream to the morning? Did she ever say? She claimed it was mental health reasons in real life, so that's what we took it as. And of course, this was before she knew I modded for Cinder. Of course, this was. Does she know you modded for her now? She does because I had a while back, like August or September or something, proposed we borrowed the memes channel idea from Cinder server because we were having trouble with political and other kind of yikes decisions in the memes channel there. And the response was, I'm glad you like modding for Cinder more than for me, which at the time wasn't true. I was enjoying modding for both, but now when one has made itself comfortable living in my head while the other actually brings me some good vibes, that pretty much why I'm weighing stepping down from Silver server. Silver said that to you? I had not noticed the mods being weird any different than to you since. Since I haven't made any further mention, there has been nothing in particular, okay? But just seeing all this go down and not having a clue why or any potential fixes for it, I just don't know, man. It's been on my mind for the past few weeks, and it's not been great mentally. Yeah, the whole situation is a lot. Actually, did you happen to discuss applying for Cinder mod apps with inner server or privately? Excuse me. Privately, I wouldn't even try poking the bear in Silver server. Game theory. I think Silver's mod apps opened really soon after Cinders did, and I wonder if that's to replace any of her current mods that ended up modding for Cinder. Not that I think it's the case, just could possibly consider what you've told me, especially her application question, or to take mods that would apply for both but only available for one. I don't know, man. I can tell you one thing, 4 to 5 new trial mods Silver put up are high tier patron subscribers, specifically the ones to get access to like the VR chat meets and stuff, and that you didn't hear from me. Pay to win mod apps. Unironically, that's what a friend said to me when I was hanging with them yesterday. But yeah, if I had to summarize things, I feel a lot happier being a part of Cinder's community right now, mostly because it isn't detrimental to my headspace currently. And I hate being in the middle of awkward stuff. The other two of Silver's mods who applied were accepted because of their experience and recommendation from mod 1. Mm. Mm. These two again. I like them because they're always active in the community and have had some sort of modding experience, but I don't want the dynamic changing or them getting weird about possible backing if we need them. The three was from Silvers that I asked about. Here's what he said. Okay, so this is just going over the Discord server and stuff. Silver had tweeted her own version of this emote saying hi, and I replied to her using my Pyropub one. Shortly after, she deleted her tweet and never Silver had tweeted her own version of this emote saying hi, and I replied to her using my Pyropub one. Shortly after, she deleted her tweet and never reposted it. This was the last time I tried interacting with Silver. You can see this was a reply to, at Silvervale here. After this, I gave up on holding out hope for fixing things between Silver and I. She had a problem with me for years and never wanted to address it. I would have preferred if she told me off directly instead of being fake to my face. The next day, Red messaged Mod 1 about the tweet, and they told me that the post was shared in Silver's Discord server. The users there were wishing for a collab between us, and then all of their messages were deleted. Cinder replied to one of Silver's tweets earlier, and I think Silver deleted it because of her. Oh, someone had shared the post in her subchat, and a few people said they wished for a collab. Then, on a horse later, all the messages were gone. To be honest, it bums me out. Messages read and told them more the emotes were getting blacklists. Just a heads up, since you wanted me to moderating things, a few more of Cinder's popular emotes got blacklisted on Silver's Twitch chat. Man, yeah, the hydrate one seems to be the target. I mean, it's an emote of Cinder drinking gamer subs, so I can understand from the angle of not wanting to advertise someone else's GG code. But I don't think that was the first thought. Know all about this drama. They're aware, but they're choosing for now the route that I've gone, which is to try and avoid mentioning of it in Silver server to keep the peace. To be honest, I don't know if Silver and the other trial mods are aware of that, are trial mods for Cinder. Maybe that's for the best for now. That's kind of what I felt, to be honest. I don't know, there'll be a point where ignoring the elephant in the room is gonna run out of time, but for now it's keeping people happy, and we like happy. True and real. I'll probably be when if they get promoted from trial modes. Not to be that guy, but it's kind of funny that this whole thing is parallel to the Shy Lily thing. Ironic similarities and such, but two very different people at the same time. Absolutely. But Shy Lily and seemingly made up. Maybe same day songs. Yeah, we'll see. To be honest, the way that Silver has herself surrounded by people, and as far as I can tell, not getting help to work out the imposter syndrome thing, I don't see it happening anytime soon in her near future. I hate talking about someone I worked with for a long time like that, but I can't really lie about it either. So many people over the years have compared the two of them that I think it's gotten so in her head that there's no changing how Silver feels. They'd be an amazing duo. Okay, Now, before I continue, speculation. 2024. Okay, so this I believe happened after the whole V card thing, or a little before it, the announcement and everything. And knowing that Silvervale is friends with Shylily, I think Shylily was poisoning Silvervale and putting things into her head. I think that's what is going on. And we knowing how of a manipulating bitch Lily is, she probably did the same thing to Silver that Shylily did to Nano. That is probably what happened. I could be wrong, but I have I have my suspicions, and I'm pretty sure they're correct. Mod One told Red that they suspected Silver may be canceled her stream due to my second anniversary subathon, citing that what she said in her announcement they've been modding for her for about 2 years, and that would have been a good idea of her motivations. My actual VTuber debut anniversary is on June 25th. I don't have a screenshot of her announcement since Red was banned from her server, and I was never in Silver's server. Unsure if I can make an official connection confirmation on this, but pretty sure Silver canceled her stream today and made it a point in her announcement to add thanks to those that still watch me. Wondering if the subathon is connected or not. I wouldn't have thought anything of it if it wasn't finished off with the little statement. Red expressed concern to Mod 1 about the treatment of the mods Silver and I shared. Mod 1 told Red that everything they've seen from Silver's side has been petty drama. Okay, before I continue, I think a lot of this also stemmed from what happened with the cancellation of Silvervale during the whole thing with what happened over at V Shoujo and what happened with the Hogwarts Legacy debacle. And it wouldn't surprise me if Shy Lily used that as a weapon to taint Cinder's image to Silvervale. I think all of that combined with Silver's distrust in people after that event, being friends with Lily, and then Lily being a lying, manipulative little bitch. That probably is what accumulated all of that. You and the other mods haven't gotten in any trouble over there, right? No, not that I'm aware of. I'm just wondering, I'd feel really bad if it was impacting anything for you guys. I mean, at the very least, it affirms that me moving towards stepping down from Silvervale is the right call, because, like, between you and me, Red, I have no respect for pettiest drama, and the whole thing has come across that way, and I'd rather continue supporting Cinder. Mod 1 told Red that her chatters found out that my name was blocked term in her chat. Looks like some Twitch chatters over in Silvers have picked up on Cinder being a block term, and one of the mods straight up said, "Don't answer it." The reasoning was so people don't start bullshit. Nice. Very professional response. Mod 1 message read again about the drama in Silver's mod chat about me. Let's say you're my neighbor, and every morning on my way to the car say hello and drew attention towards yourself and the crowd. People, okay. Cinder doesn't see their messages are being blocked. Just avoid a potential unfair Twitter thread. Okay. They're just saying to avoid Silver Cinder thing. That second one is the second one is interesting because I have told you in private multiple times to very nicely and please leave me alone in every aspect of my life has never happened. Seems to sickly hate everything Cinder stands for to a T. It's almost white knighting. Early on in the sentiment that Cinder just copied everything Silver was and was adopted by a ton of people. So whatever resentment they have is long seated with their own explanation of what evidently they've convinced themselves of. Silver herself, too. Like, I'd rather everyone just coexist and be friends. It's better for both of them, but this hatred is one sided. And I do think it's a lot of white knighting because if Silver wasn't the one perpetuating the disdain towards Cinder, then none of the mods would either. And I do think it's a lot of white knighting because Silver wasn't the one perpetrating the disdain towards Cinder, then none of the mods would either Silver is threatened by Cinder because she copied her and is successful herself. Just sad to see Silver mods completely brainwashed like this. And I am most likely on the same page, to be honest. Doesn't really want to be taking sides, so that's why he has said much. You messages between two Silver's moderators not included. Mod 1 taking about how I was restricted in her Twitch chat. So you can still see chat, but the messages don't go through. I still get a message saying your chat didn't go through, but aren't straight up banned. So it hides messages from the other chatters. Yep, just avoid a potential unfair Twitter thread or whatever bullshit comes could come off a straight ban. And the sender doesn't see the messages are being blocked. They see something that's like your message could not be sent or something like that, which is the same message as when a word or a phrase that is blocked is typed. That's why you'll see people reward their message if the automated automod is catching something. One of the same mods above made an analogy about what could only assume is me occasionally chatting in Silver's Twitch chat and is replying to her tweets as if I was trying to take her crowd away from her. This analogy and them saying, I have told you in private multiple times to very nicely please leave me alone in every aspect of my life, didn't come from nowhere. It leads me to believe this is what Silver had been telling her mods happened between us. As they can see by the entirety of our DMs, I've shown nothing even similar to this was ever once said to me by Silvervale, even after I reached out to her directly about my messages not sending in her chat. Alright. Let's say your neighbor in very morning on my way to my car, you say hello and try to draw attention towards yourself from the crowd of people that are for more reasons also watching me walk to my car. I have told you privately multiple times to very nicely please leave me alone in every aspect of my life. I've never walked over to your driveway and attempted to draw attention to me from the crowd and that watches you walk to your car. I have never even set foot in your property. You continue to show up in the morning in my driveway regardless. Oh, but like one. Oh, that's interesting. I don't think I had sent you that screenshot, did I? I'd be extremely curious to see what she said about her and Cinder's interactions together because I've seen everything they'd ever said to each other. Silver absolutely seems fake as fuck in the messages compared to her reactions, like completely different person. Lots of ghosting, Cinder, no confrontation. All right. So far, I will have to agree with Red. Silvervale is being pretty petty. Even though I'm going to blame a lot of this on Shiley because, well, it could be it's very obvious she could have done it, but this is pretty petty. Here's the screenshot of Mod 1's conversation with another one of Silver's mods that they sent Red. Mod 1 is green. To be honest, I don't know anything about that, but I kind of feel like she uses me a lot, kind of begs for help, but then ignores me otherwise. I'm a bit over it, like she offered me $500 to try and fix her Skyrim. I failed, so I didn't expect anything, but she made me feel like I was a fucking loser for failing. Bruh, I'm sorry, but that's just shit move right there. Yeah, it was kind of like, sorry, Silver, I've tried for like 10 plus hours. I can't. Then she would be like, oh my G, I'm crying. Please help, oh my G. So I would try for another few hours. Then when I gave up, she was super guilt trippy about it. So I had to end up saying sorry like 10 times to not be in her bad books. Flat ass. Felt ass. Very intriguing indeed. like like this. Nothing like this happened. I gotta ask, how much of our conversations here does Silver know? Zero. I haven't told her. Interesting that as I'm talking to you about this, she's messaged me about being in Silver's chat earlier. Her message still blocked, but a mod replying to something she said, like in chat. So she's just confused. I'm probably gonna wait a few weeks into the new job to decide me stepping down, aka my new job work schedule has 90% overlap with Silverstream. So if Cinder does want more clarification on the end of things, I've seen she is 1,000% welcome to DM me or sit in the voice channel if she so desires. Or if she doesn't care enough, that's also fine to leave it be. No worries. If you want, I can just relay everything we've talked. If you want, I can just relay everything we talked about at that point. Hey, whatever's easiest. I just have to be something kept. I just have to be something kept privately known. I'm supposed because I'd rather not have half of Silver's Patreon on my ass. Half of her Patreon. Her like her like higher tier Patreon subs are like Giga Simps. I hate saying it like that, but I generally don't know if there is a better way to describe it. That's understandable. An army of white knights to protect their queen status. Also, forgot to mention that the mods who don't have a Patreon subs can't see her can't see Patreon channels. So generally, I have no clue what goes on in their server. How is that modded then? The mods that have the Patreon sub the mods that have the Patreon sub mod those channels and there is no overlap. Not even like the head mods over there? I would assume the admins would, but that's the best answer I have. She literally made her biggest sims into mods and management charging it to even to a job fully. That's wild. Okay. You pretty much summed up the newest model to a T. Got it checked back in though. Well, at least you told me the mod apps were like, how much do you love Silver? Who are your top 10 favorite VTubers? And don't say the wrong name. Yep, that's crazy. I don't know how she maintained the audience. I don't know how she maintained the audience she has. Anyways, have a good rest of your day at work. I hopefully that's the thing. Honestly, that's the thing I like about modding for Cinder. There's legit structure and everyone gives feedback when it's needed. No, you got to start paying to mod for Cinder. Okay, I need a drink. All right. I'm gonna be right back. I need to take a leak and I'm gonna get a quick snack. I need something in my stomach. right, I am back. All right, let me just take a bite of this sandwich real quick. Mm, 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 mm. All right, my my bikini debut in silvervales birthday. As early as March 2024, Red and I were planning a Gamer Subs merch drop with my second waifu cup. For my anniversary on June 25th, everything wasn't going to be ready in time, so at the end of April, we pushed it back to August to launch alongside my bikini outfit debut. I wanted that debut to be between my VTuber anniversary on June 25th and my birthday on September 14th. And since my first bikini debut was on in October 2022, I wanted to actually debut it in the summer this time. We planned for August 16th. At first, we were given the okay that August 16th was available to launch my merch. Almost 2 months later, we were told that we couldn't launch that day because of another creator. Another creator was having their own drop, and it was requested at the start of the year. It wouldn't have mattered if it wasn't another VTuber, but since we were told it was a similar drop to ours, and for a special date, Red pieced together that it could only be Silvervale. The timing chosen for my August debut and drop we were playing thing had nothing to do with Silvervale or her birthday. Once Red figured it out, it was hers, who was launching something at the same time as me for the third time in a row, unintentionally throwing a wrench in things. And after my interactions with her since TwitchCon, is when I became competitive towards Silver. We doubled down in trying to launch the weekend of 16, if not on the 16 itself. We did eventually compromise to launch the week before on August 9th, even if it wouldn't be alongside my debut. However, a couple weeks before the release, we were told the 16 was suddenly available, so we moved my drop to that date. Silver launched her birthday merch on her with her 3D model debut on August 13th, a day after her birthday, and I launched my merch drop alongside my outfit debut on August 16th. Uh, Silver's tweet was on the 14th, but her drop was released on the 13th. All right, and there's the drop. So let me take another bite of this sandwich. Mm, 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 mm. The 14th and the 16th. Mm. Um, New waifu cup. Okay, that's just merch drop and stuff. Silvervale debuted a 3D model with two separate outfits. You can see the pose and design and theming of the two outfits in this artwork. That is a very nice artwork. Back in 2023, I debuted my 2.0 outfit with demon models, which were paired to each other. You can see the pose design and theming of the two outfits in this artwork from the same artist as the one above. Which that doesn't say from Nano, so I don't know. Nano's exclusivity deal. All right. Uh, mm, mm, mm. Sorry, I should probably mute myself. All right. I am past 133 pages, so all right. I think I just might be able to get past this today. Like was shown in Nano and Bao's sections, Artist 1 wanted to discuss a permanent paid position with us and suggested some kind of exclusivity for the work they did. Just like with Nano, Red handled any of the business related discussions with them. This is where the idea to go to Nano about exclusivity came from. Red and I had agreed we should ask Nano to not accept any more brand new model clients. We should ask any brand new model clients and not to make models or outfits for Silvervale anymore. Nano would have more time to work on my projects, and Silver wouldn't be able to get any models from Nano, and I wouldn't be compared to her if she chooses to get a new one from someone else. Her artwork commissions and projects with her current model clients wouldn't be touched. This is what I said about Silvervale and my apology regarding the exclusivity deal. Going to walk away from. So it, believe, just in case I didn't read over this, let me read over it real quick. So at that point, I was working with Nano, constantly brought up not making any more models for her. If a VTuber model is how everyone recognizes you, then it'd be harder to compare us directly. If we no longer look alike or have this shared similarity, it was wrong and selfish decision, but it made me feel better. And that's why it was a constant topic with Nano. Red pushed for this harder than I ever did because he knew how it affected me for years. But no matter what the outcome was, I wasn't going to walk away from working with Nano. Excuse me. I don't know why I said it was a constant topic with Nano or Red pushed it harder for this, other than being over apologetic. Red only had a meaningful conversation about Silver Whale with Nano May and July 2023, and two situations that involved her in November 2023 and January 2025. Yep, which we of course we know that to be true. As for Red and I had only agreed that we wanted to include it for the artwork and didn't talk about naming anyone to them. This was when Nano and Red made their exclusivity deal. I didn't know Red was planning to talk to her about it that day or even knew he had until after they had already come to an agreement without my involvement. This was everything that was said about Silver, and the full conversation is in Nano's section. This was the second of four total times for the different artists I had ever specifically asked anyone to not work with someone else, which are all presented in this document. In this instance, it was in negotiations for an exclusivity deal. We didn't want Silver to be able to get any new models from Nano, but I was looking to have her cancel any. I wasn't looking to have her cancel anything. I knew Nano didn't have anything lined up with Silver. Okay, since this is all in Nano's section, I'm not going to bother reading that because you can go see it then. After this happened, I was told Nano agreed. She wouldn't work with Silvervale at all anymore. We'd continue working with Nano on lots of projects like we've always done, and we pay for Nano's new model rigging that she sent a free demon figure. Red never told me that Bao and Cotton were ever talked about or included in their agreement, or that Bao had another model that was canceled. Their deal didn't include the part about Nano not talking about any new model clients we had talked about before, but I was okay with leaving it as I was told it was. It was shown in Nano section. The document Red and Artist 1 also spoke about Silvervale in their own exclusivity talks the same day. Okay, this is already talked about in Nano's document. Next day, and I sent Red a document that laid everything out in their agreement. I think this was. Should we also move the discussion there as well? Yes, that was also talked about already. All right. Excuse me. I'm going to mute myself before I take a bite. Hmm. These messages with who we call Artist 2 in my project server where I am also present. Red offered to pay Artist 2 to narrow down their clientele so they had more time for our project. He was not suggesting they cancel anything on anyone, but in the future they be paid extra to accept less commissions and instead have time to accept more of our commissions. They sounded open to the idea. Um okay, yeah, that was also in Nano's section. Mm. Here's this one. Nano canceled the exclusivity deal she made with Red about a month after it was made, so she could work with Silver. Silvervale didn't lose out on any projects with Nano because of her agreement with Red, which we already read all this and we've already gone over that information in the previous sections. Nano messaged me the next day about her walking back on the deal she made with Red. He had already talked with me about her canceling the agreement specifically to work with Silver on something. She didn't mention Bao or Kant at all to me, and Silver didn't lose out on any opportunity with Nano due to this deal. Nano got tired of hearing about Silvervale and didn't want to be involved in any of the issues regarding her, but didn't say anything and about keeping her out of drama to Red. She faced no backlash from Red or I from going back on her word, even though I was upset because this was my last resort to try ending the comparison between Silver and I. And I was content with Nana working on what she wanted to and didn't hold it against her like always. When Nano had messaged me about this agreement almost a month later, I was under the assumption this was only about Silvervale. I was upset about I was upset and my initial messages to her were very guilt trippy, but I wasn't going to force Nano to do anything she wasn't okay with and tried reassuring her that it was okay with her decision. Okay, yeah, this we've already read all this from Nano's section. All right. Excuse me. Mod 1 messaged Red and I told him someone in her Mod 1 messaged Red and told him someone in her Twitch chat was banned for asking about collabing with me. So it's been fairly quiet on the drama front with Silvervale until today. A person apparently had been banned for asking Silver about collabing with Cinder, and then they got the unban on Twitch. They opened a Discord server ticket asking about it, and it was closed without even giving them an answer. It's being played up in the Discord server mod chat as new user to Twitch who doesn't know asking people about other streamers is bad mojo. This attitude is being propelled by one of Silver's older admin mods, who hasn't done a thing until recently when the drama began. Damn, she really propagandized her mods against Cinder. Gotta keep up the facade. Scary thing with banning someone outright, if that went public, not that I intend on doing so, but if a banned user did, right, that's what I thought. Like not only the immediate ban but also ignoring the ticket, but also who's going to listen to one rando without extensive evidence, because the don't ask about other streamers rule is a valid defense. I thought Cinder's name was banned in her chat anyways. He was using TTS Duno. Later that day, Mod 1 told Red that another Silver's mods was rude to them for just pulling one of my V cards. Also had this little thing with one of Silver's Twitch mods after they saw I got a 10 box art for Cinder in the V cards. So yeah. What the fuck happened? Just showing your card? Just showing your card? Yeah, and he was like, "Oh, you got really screwed, to be honest at this point. I have no reason to keep modding for Silver since I can barely catch anything, so I feel like I'm ready to pull the trigger." Seems like she has all her mods in a psyop in a psyop anyway. I have nothing against Cinder expect that I have nothing against Cinder expect that Silver doesn't like her, so I don't like her. Crazy that people fall in line. I hate picking sides, but like that community doesn't really serve a purpose to me anymore, right? So I'm probably gonna step down tonight and focus on Cinder's community and the doors that may be open. Hey man, whatever's best for you. But I think all the info I've gathered just represents the pettiness in Silvervale's inner circle. Chat reflects the streamer. Very true. Just an FYI, I do mod for Cinder, so the royally screwed comment is kind of yikes. I just want to clarify that. Okay, sorry, just kind of saying that for the sake of the server we're in. I get the intentions, but it's enough for me treading on eggshells as is, so it kind of comes as a personal thing for me to try and keep things tame on that front. I have no amnesty for Cinder in truth, but hearing about Silver's dislike for her and why I'm not fond of her that much either. Hearing about Silver's dislike for Cinder is why I'm not fond of her that much either. Um, all right, I am going to go ahead and mute myself while I take another bite of my sandwich. All right. Okay, this is a little bit before Cinder's cancellation. Red messaged artist 2 in their DM separately from our chat in my project server to eventually ask them not to work with Silvervale. I was not aware of him doing this or of his messages with artist 2 until putting this document together. Mm. Ah. Mm. Mm. Nano canceled our deal 10 days before this because of Silvervale. Out of my own dislike for her and the value I placed on this artist, I asked them if they were willing to not to work with her. Ugh, bless me. And just value and the value I placed on the artist, I asked them if they were willing not to work with her. I didn't have a reason for not telling Cinder about this. I just didn't. This was the fourth of four total times with three different artists I had ever specifically asked anyone to not work with someone else, which are all presented in this document. Hey, I wanted to message you separately about this. I know we had talked about cutting down with your client list, but I wanted to ask if you'd be willing not to work with someone specific again in the future. I think you've only worked with them once. Oh, I appreciate you bringing this up separately, and maybe there's something I didn't know about. I'd be willing to accommodate for you guys, but could you share a bit more about why? And hey, Red, I was wondering who you were referring to. Just want to be careful. Sorry, I got sidetracked with something else and forgot to get back to you. It's Silvervale. I'm not home at the moment to go into detail, but I can go update you when I am. Oh, she was asking for commissions not long ago. I had no idea about anything else. Please let me know when you can. Just a lot of long-standing drama, but since we consider you one of our top sin artists, I wanted to ask you not to work with her. Oh, okay. I really had no idea what happened because since okay, it's just going over that. If she doesn't want to look too similar, which they really don't, it's kind of weird that she would commission me to draw her, knowing that I've done many works for Cinder. Okay, I'll keep this between us. Mm. If I had to guess, it's because you've worked with Cinder for so long that she wants to have you do things for her. But yeah, the whole situation is completely unwarranted. Mm. Some things in my teeth. Launch my AFK flavor and merch in the very next week. Silver drops her pixel merch drop, marking this the fourth time our Gamer Subs drops have been released back to back. The first time was to try and release my cup ahead of hers, and they happened to be back to back. The second time with our flavors could have been coincidence, and the third was bad timing. For it to happen again randomly in April, separate from any other events, was weird. All right. 4 2025, 4/11 2025. My new Pixel merch is out now. All right. Talking to an artist. Read message artist one asking if they were the one who took in real life pictures of silver pixel merch, which they were. Once again, Red didn't tell me about this conversation he had with someone about Silvervale on this same day, and the day after on 4/12/2025 was when Red talked to Nano about Shy Lily, another conversation he didn't tell me about. For reference, here's one of the pictures Red was talking about that Silver showed on her stream on 4/11/25, but posted on 4/14/2025. I love cozy pixel art so much. That is really nice. That is really nice merch. The message artist one reference above was their own message to Red from 2/21/2025. The reason why this is relevant is because if artist one had the sample merch items in their hands on this date to take pictures, then the merch drop would have already been completed and ready to be launched at almost any time Silver wanted, and almost 2 months beforehand. Their conversation continued with artist one pointing out how much mine and Silver's merch always drop back to back, leading to Red telling him about the problems between her and I. Yeah, somehow you guys and Silver are always back to back, which, do you guys talk to Silver at all? Maybe there could be a way in the future to, not duke it out in a 2 week period if you can control when. Oh boy. Excuse me. Silver does not like Cinder. Wait, really? Why? A long time ago, like far away. All right. Okay, that's funny. Buckle up. Not the scrolling text lore drop. Okay, he's just going over this. Oh, and now we think there's something going on at Gamer Subs where there's favoritism towards Silver, even though Cinder's the part owner like. Besides, this sample thing where we were talking about, there's more intense instance of things happening, but like Silver hates Cinder. Sorry to hear that. It's really not the vibe or the experience I had personally, but we are in different situations though. And she's always tried to get along because doing stuff together would be super beneficial for both of them. Yeah, she doesn't show her true colors much from what I hear. From my experience, she's always been kind to me, but my communications are a bit sporadic. But I did have the opportunity to get to know her a bit before outside of work topics, like a bit of her personal life and backstory and stuff. Like she used to do cosplay and compete too, so like, damn, she'd get along with Cinder. But yeah, apparently not. They're very similar people, and from the start I said they get along great until we found out that Silver had an ego. We've asked to do sponsors together with Mythic, and we've asked to do merch together with GS. Besides just stream collabs, and all the fans want it. But there's one person in the way of that happening. Sorry, it's just very loaded topic. 5 years in the making. Now you're all good. I actually really appreciate the context, as I've also been wondering. Yeah, it's not something we tell a lot of people, and almost everyone is unaware. And it's not like we can address any of this publicly, so this stays between us. I'm just surprised considering that you mentioned she's still reaching out to me despite being very closely associated with you. Of course, I'm surprised she hasn't mentioned anything about it, but you provide a service that's beneficial to her. Do other creators know the schedules of the other creators' coming drops? Typically, no. They have a rotation internal 6 week calendar, but it doesn't show everything. Same, to be honest. Silver Drop was completely unknown until early this week when it showed up silhouette on the website. Do you think she'd purposely schedule hers next to yours? What do you mean she'd know in advance about yours though? Which, well, if it was ready to go and she could have launched any whenever, I don't know. Gamer Subs could have said not last week when Cinder's drop was, but the week after is free. I'll know if they disclose who drops it was. Typically they don't when we ask. Because yeah, to be honest, once it's a coincidence, two is a bit sus, and if three, then it starts to become a pattern. Sakura plush, Pyro Power, Silver merch, Cinder merch, Sleepy drop, Pixel drop. Their AFK drops were close together too, literally back to back. Now she has the promo V card with this drop, which we didn't know about. So, like I said, we think there's favoritism. There's more to it. It's just frustrating. So, like, no matter what we do, we're always competing with her or being compared to her, and people keep asking about getting along and collabing. Didn't think of the flavors, but you're right. Definitely, it's pretty sus from GamerSubs. To be honest, like from an external viewpoint, feels more like Silver gets the part owner treatment more than Cinder. Now I feel a bit bad, to be honest. I'm thinking about it now. We probably didn't help when we did the Silver than Cinder. Yeah, that too. Oh, and I don't know if you've been following, but she drew Silver first, then we going to Cinder, but is now working with Cinder. Just a coincidence, I think. But um, coincidence for a fact, yeah. She's done Silver once before a year ago, so they already knew each other. I was the one that introduced him. Right, I'm not saying anything bad about it. It's just funny. Yeah, yeah, no worries. I personally just feel bad because I did bring up Silver in passing a couple times to Cinder in my DMs without really being aware of it, of the lore, and I hope it didn't make Cinder feel weird or awkward as a result. And even though she didn't mention it, I wouldn't worry about it if wherever. Hypothetically, still kind of sucks to be honest. Hypothetically, if there would be a way to mend things or opportunity to patch things up, would be something. Excuse me. You guys would engage with, or just are as you said, whatever. I couldn't tell you to be honest. Uh, all right. Before I continue, I'm going to mute myself. I'm going to take another bite. Mm. All right. 413 2025, 414 2025. Okay. This is just before the whole cancellation. Artist 1 messaged me in our DMs to ask if Red had told me about this conversation with them about Silver 3 days earlier, which he didn't. Red never told me about this himself, the same way he never told me about this conversation with Nano about Shy Lily days earlier. He His messages with Mod 1 and with Artist 2 and about Silvervale or that Bow and Con were part of his exclusivity deal with Now. Hey, yo, I hope you're having a lovely weekend. Was wondering, did Red happen to mention our chat from Friday by any chance? I don't think so. Okay. What is it? Well, we had a brief combo around Silver, and apparently she's a bit of a sore subject, and that there's a bit of a history too for you guys. So even though he told me not to worry about it, that's it. That it's whatever, and that I don't really know the details. I couldn't help feel a bit bad for bringing her up to you directly a couple times in her past convoys, and wanted to take the time to apologize to you for unknowingly made you feel bad. Angst or impacted you in any way in mentioning her. I didn't really get the feeling I did at the time, but I know something this simple mention to sore subject can trigger some feelings in folks. And I feel bad if I made a friend feel bad even unknowingly. So yeah, oh yeah, it's just an unfortunate situation, but it's okay. Okay, well we'll keep it. Okay, well, I'll keep it in mind for the future and let me know if I can help in any way. Thanks, I appreciate it. Breaking down Silvervale's document. Mm. Mm. Okay. In the events regarding Nano Silvervale, like my friends, only knew what information Nano shared. I won't be adding or addressing most of the screenshots shown in Silver's documents since they were all present within Nano's document and the full conversations were already shown. That is very much appreciated. After going through the things Silver wrote, I'll address the many things she claimed on her stream. Claimed on her stream. My statement on Cinder and Redacted. I want to note, as others have thought, that the majority of the messages are from Redacted, Cinder's manager. I find it impossible that he acted solely on his own intentions without Cinder's knowledge or consent, given the extent to which he represented her publicly and professionally. That is very similar wording to Nano's document. Silver, who wanted no personal or professional relationship with me at all, who wouldn't have had any knowledge about how Red and I conducted ourselves together, she just agreed with the narrative that my other accusers decided and added to the choir of voices, pushing all the blame onto me. I am VTuber 1 in the screenshots provided by Nano in her document. I've been a friend and client for Nano for years, and seeing how she was manipulated and abused by Cinder even makes me livid. She is an absolute sweetheart and just wants her clients to be happy. It breaks my heart to see how she was treated like a tool and resources to be used for growth rather than a talent, living person, and gaslit into something believed that how she was being treated was okay. Nana was not manipulated, abused, or treated as a tool by Red or I in almost 4 years working together. Okay, we already know this. It is out of order. I will wait for my thoughts on this whole thing after I'm done. One of the first screenshots Silver shows is this one. The message for Nano called the deal with Red fair, which included not working with Silvervale again, is completely removed from Silver's version of the screenshot. This is something Silver did herself. Here is the same screenshot in Nano's document where the bottom is also cut off to hide what Nano said. Okay. And this is how it appears in Bao's document. Nano's messenger isn't cropped out because Bao had no reason to remove it. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna wait and speculate on that later. I'm so proud of Nano for having the courage to come forward to the affected people with all of this and to let everyone know how they were being unknowingly sabotaged. I've spoken to her privately and want to be clear, I have no ill will or hard feelings towards Nano for her involvement in this. I urge people reading this and try to understand the emotional manipulation on display and empathize with her situation. There is a lot I could say about how disgusting I find their behavior towards other creators in general, but I want to focus on my personal experiences. No one was sabotaged because of Red or I, and Nano wasn't manipulated, but Silver pushed readers to empathize with these false claims and the incomplete evidence on display. All right. Discovering that all of this was going on behind the scenes has been gut wrenching. I didn't know Cinder. I didn't know. I didn't know Cinder. We weren't friends, and we have barely talked. Even writing this, I do not understand what I could have possibly done to warrant this level of malice and cruelty shown in our private interactions. It was a cordial. I was cordial as possible, but I just wasn't interested in associating with her professionally or being her friend. From the few uncomfortable interactions I did have with her, I had gotten the vibe that her primary goal was to climb the social and content ladder and grow her brand. I am fully aware of how common the attitude is, and that's just how you grow in this sphere, but I personally don't have the emotional fortitude or bandwidth to have friendships for that express purpose of growth. For the record, I think it's fine to have the view and approach to content creation, but I also reserve the right to simply not vibe with someone. I would rather not associate with someone at all. then pretend to be their friend for the purpose of growing my brand. I drew fan art of us. I asked her to hang out offline to get to know each other, and I went to see her at a public event. When finally given the chance to ask her, she refused any kind of business relationship. I was okay with it. I accepted it. That's what Red prioritized me pursuing. I just wanted to try to be her friend, and if not friends, then at least on good terms. She's absolutely correct in saying she has the right to not vibe with someone. She was never obligated to be my friend, but instead of telling me that directly, she was completely two faced to me. I did nothing wrong to her, and yet she still had some hatred against me for existing alongside her. The only time I actually talked to her directly was during my meet and greet at TwitchCon 2023. I had just finished my meet and greet, and as I was wrapping up, she walked directly to my screen to meet me, and I had someone else to take a picture of us together. I was not informed of this picture or asked permission for it, and only knew about it once I saw it on Twitter later on. Also, Cinder, really love meeting. Uh, Hello, I appreciate the sentiment, but I prefer to not do collabs. No worries. I hope you're having a good weekend. Aw, thanks. I'm just trying to stay busy. Lots of stuff coming up. Sorry for not being interested in collabs. I just like to do my own thing, but I'm always open to messages. I hope you had fun at the con and everything went. After the meet and greet, she contacted my manager at Mythic to ask me to collab with her. I told them I would rather not collab, but accepted her friend request on Discord after turning her down in private DM. She reached out and asked me to do some merch or other various forms of collabs to be monetized, to which I again declined. I always prioritize my mental health and peace over any potential profit that would make me feel used transactionally and put me out of my comfort zone. I could have messaged Silver on Twitter again. I could have friended her on Discord out of the blue to out of the blue. To me, both of those would have been weird considering our history. So after being at Mythic boot together, Red and I tried going through Mythic. You can literally see the tone shift in Silver's messages to Mythic after my name is brought up. She could have let Mythic tell me she wasn't interested and went on about her day. She made the decision to message me on Twitter, and which was never shown in her document. In my document, Silver said she told Mythic she would rather not collab but accepted my friend request on Discord and after turning me down. But she never showed where she turned me down in Twitter DMs. I'm sorry I missed a message forever ago. I hope you had fun at TwitchCon. Already read that. Silver didn't message me to tell me off or that she wanted me nothing to do with me, like one of her mods implied she claimed to them. Mm. Also watching me walk to my car. I've told you in private multiple times to very nicely please leave me alone in every aspect of my life. I've never walked over to to your driveway. She told me she was always down if I want to message or anything. I have been in Discord servers with Silvervale for years and never once sent her a friend request because I thought it'd be to really weird to it was only after Silvervale sent me this message explicitly saying the messages on Discord would work better if I did. Silvervale was the first message me on both Twitter and Discord. She conveniently cropped out my very next message after she turned me down, where I completely understood her decision or any of my following messages that had nothing to do with monetized collabs. She didn't say anything to me here or in Twitter messages about the picture I posted of just days earlier. She could have asked me to take it down if she had a problem with it the same way she did about my fan art in the past, and I would have. Okay, I already read all that. Okay, yeah, or we already read all these. These two messages are presented out of order in Silver's document. In Nano's document, they were presented in the correct order, and you can clearly see the timestamps on these two messages. I don't know why Silver deliberately chose to lay them out this way other than try to make Red's messages sound worse. I had a new live 2D model in the works for my birthday with Nano, which was eventually cancelled. I was devastated as Nano was the one who originally asked if she could do this model because she was excited to make it with all the new things she had learned, and my birthday was special. Uh, at the time, The reason given was health and stress reasons, which made sense given how much was Nano's plate. And despite my disappointment, expressed my support for her prioritizing health. I am now aware of the actual reason for her declining to work with me on my birthday model was external pressure from Redacted and Cinder's words cannot describe how heartbroken I was and am. Okay. I've already explained this to Nano's section, but Silver's model wasn't canceled due to Red or I pressuring her to do it. Nano canceled it herself. Yep, that has all been presented properly in Nano's section, mind you. The very next day, in her own public Discord server, Nano said she was healthier and less stressed. After canceling Silver's model, when Nano went to Red to clear up the confusion about the previous conversations, Red reassured her about working with Silvervale and that he understood her position. This is about Silver's model. Yeah, I want to take it, but I don't want to disrespect Cinder. I just want to do pretty models, no hurt feelings. Business is business. All right. Yep. Already read all through those. Nano told Red she was going to take back Silver's model, but never did. Yeah. All right. Yeah. If, if Nano lied and told Silver that her model was canceled because of me, then I can't blame Silver for thinking that was the case. Nano chose to cancel Silver's model November 23. It was not mine or Red's fault. She never took it back like she told Red she was going to do because she was healthier and less stressed. Despite this, I don't expect Silvervale to care about what really happened to her model since Nano is currently making her a brand new one. I'm going to take a bite real quick. All right. I didn't think much of it at the time, but Cinders messaged me on Discord right before my model was canceled. She celebrated that we shared art despite the fact that at the same time, she and Redacted were actively working to take the potential from more away. Which we know, of course, that is a lie perpetrated by Shy Lily and Nano. This is the only other messages between a Silver showed in her document. She framed this DM from me as if I was secretly taunting her while working to get her model canceled. The story is completely untrue, and the message was 2 days before Red even had the conversation with Nano, where she canceled Silver's model. My message was genuine, and Silver ghosted it anyway after inviting me to message her. Cinder and moving forward, Cinder and Redacted have spent years sabotaging me for no understandable reason. I have never done anything to warrant this other than just existing as Silvervale. They actively sought to get my models and art canceled, and based on the messages I have seen and shared above, seem to not had any second thoughts about doing so. I didn't do anything to warrant Silver's hate of me other than just existing as Cinder. Nano canceled excuse me. Silvervale's model in 2023 herself. Nano also canceled her deal she made with Red because Silver asked her for art, meaning Silver lost out on nothing due to her agreement. Their agreement was for Nano not to work with Silvervale anymore, not sabotage her and get something she had in the works canceled. Neither of us sought to have Silver's projects canceled. Red asked one of the other artists not to work with her on his own, and as far as he knew, nothing was canceled because of it. It's hard to express how crushing a feeling is is it to be talked about so cruelly and maliciously without me knowing, and to know opportunities and friendship are taken away for what I can only assume is spite and insecurity. There is no end to the amount of anxiety I feel knowing that if these rumors were expressed to Nano, I have to assume they were expressed to others as well. I hope this document and evidence presents will convey you that I am not the person that Cinder and Redacted tried to convince people I am. The remorse expressed about Silvervale were true to our experience with her. There was no reason for Red or I to lie about that. The same way there wasn't a reason for Red to lie to Nano about my experience with Shy Lily. I hope this document and the evidence presented will convince you that Silvervale is a person that I've shown her to be. Silvervale's claims on her stream. All right, we're going through Silvervale's stream next. All right, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna get my refill on my drink. All right, I'm back. When Silvervale finally had the opportunity to talk all about me on her stream, she showed her true colors to everyone. However, no one watching would have known what true color, those colors really are. Almost everything Silvervale said about me on her stream was greatly exaggerated or a lie. I didn't want to talk about this, but I feel like I have to. Silvervale didn't want to talk about this, then goes on to egregiously lie about me. To find out that I've been systematically being torn down for years. If she was, it wasn't by me or Red. So yeah, I just found out about all of this like the other day or so before I put out my doc. Silvervale posted her document towards the end of the day on April 26th. If Silver only found out about this a day or so beforehand, it supports my timeline in the breakdown section of when she, Continent and Spite were first contacted. I was asked if I wanted my name censored, and I wanted it censored, so the people wouldn't know that it was me. But when I went back and looked at the doc or the pictures about everything that happened, I went back to my messages with her and said, and I saw the ones where she was so excited that we shared art and we shared a model, and I didn't think anything about it. And then I saw the fucking timestamp on it, and I just couldn't take it, man. It was so fucked up. It was so vile and cruel and malicious for no reason. Silver's referring to my message to her 2 days before Nano canceled her model in November of 2023. I'd have already debunked this claim. My message to her was genuine. I didn't know her. I wasn't her friend. I was just someone that she beat down progressively over the years for no reason. And I feel like that says a lot about her, about a person. And I just really needed to get it out there because it was just sitting inside of me. Like so much was just sitting inside of me that I was realizing was just horrible, that I've gone through and couldn't say anything because I thought she was just really business and savvy person, you know. I didn't know what was going on. Yeah, and it's just gnawing at me and seeing that I just felt like I had to out get my side out there. As you've seen, Silvervale was not beat down progressively over the years for no reason by me or Red, but Silvervale is implying that she had a problem with me for a long time. I didn't talk to her. I never talked about her like she was there for years talking about me. That is a lie. She did talk to me more than she showed, and she did talk about me, evidenced by what her mods said about me. All right, I'm about to take another bite of the sandwich, so I'm muting myself. All right, like I got weird vibes ever since like I guess where it all started, and a lot of you probably don't even remember this, but it stuck with me. She had this fan art of me and her, and she made a ship tag Cindervale. She's the one that came up with the art tag, and she talked about how close our designs were, and that she wanted to be wolf girls together. And it was so strange because I didn't know this person. Like, she just came out of nowhere, and the art was so sweet, but I didn't want to retweet that. Like, I don't want to push a ship tag. Hmm. Yeah, which that's very understandable. Cinder definitely got off on the wrong foot there, and of course, Cinder has admitted it. I explained above that I don't mean for my tag to be considered a ship tag, but Silver was valid for thinking this, and I agreed with her, which is why I immediately deleted the post once I realized. And what was really weird is so my mom retweets some of art of me, and she's amazing, and I love her so much, and I didn't retweet that one. Mm. You told me you mentioned her had messaged her asking why my mom retweeted it and that you deleted it after that. Thank you for understanding. No problem, Silver. Thanks for reaching out. Silver Valley's lying. Her mom did hold on. And she's amazing and I love her so much and she didn't retweet that one. Silver Valley's lying. Her mom did retweet my artwork, liked and commented on it before she unretweeted it later. Silver acknowledged that she did too. Mm. Mm. Uh, so Cinder manager messaged Yoshi. I don't know why they messaged Yoshi. Maybe because they didn't want to message my mom, but they messaged Yoshi asking why my mom didn't. Excuse me, asking didn't why they didn't retweet the art, which is such a weird thing to do. Like, what? Why is it you that you just expected? And if like that being the first thing you do, like really shows that your whole goal is just social media attraction, but that's so fucked up and so shameless and strange and weird, and just really showed their hand like this is all we care about. So that was the first thing in a whole slew of things where it really just felt like the person does not care about me and not genuine, and I just don't want to deal with it. It's so weird. I think the tweet got deleted and reworded, and the ship tag got taken out, but that stuck with me forever because it's just so fucking weird. This would be extremely weird thing to do if it's what happened, but Silvervale is lying to make me sound crazy. Red's messaged Yoshi because she was our only friend in the space at the time and she was mutual friends with Silver. He didn't ask why her mom didn't retweet my art, but why she unretweeted it because there must have been some kind of problem with it. Okay, something weird just happened last night. Silvervale's mom retweeted and replied to Cinder's chibi art, and then now the reply was deleted and the retweet is gone. Did she do something wrong? Um. Okay. Yeah. We already read that. Hold on. Uh. Okay. I'm getting close to finishing up. I never expected her mom. Sorry about the mic. I just bumped into it. I never expected her mom to interact with my fan art or for Silver to either. That would be weird and insane. Silver said that me choosing to spend hours of my own time making fan art of us together was so shamelessly strange and weird because she chose to interpret my actions in the worst way possible. And there's the TwitchCon picture, and I don't want people to get the wrong idea about it. Like you got to TwitchCon, you get a picture with your streamer. it's like a meet and greet. That's totally normal most of the time. Like, you don't get to ask. It's sweet when you do, but it's kind of expected. You're in a public place. You're going to get a picture taken, especially if you're just like on screen. But the fact that it was like a candid picture from far away at the perfect angle to make it look good, and then insinuate that we were closer like wolf girls together, like, I don't know you. I don't I want you to leave me alone. Like, leave me alone. This picture was taken in a moment and wasn't pre-planned. Silver never told me to leave her alone. She did the opposite just days later. I'm sorry I missed your message forever ago. Okay, yep, we already read that. If Silver had a problem with the picture I posted, you'd think she would have said something about it in this message. But she didn't. She didn't say anything about it in our Discord messages either. If she did, I would have taken it down just like I did my fan art years earlier. And that's the reason I haven't done any meet and greets since then, because I've been so scared. I know it's really, really fucked up and stupid, but I don't want to deal with it again because you're trapped and you can't run away. Like, I don't want her to talk to me again. I was so scared. I wanted to go to TwitchCon in person and give people hugs and sign merch and stuff. And then it was like, what if she's there? And how do I get out of that? Like, I didn't want to deal with it, so I didn't do it. If Silver was truly scared of me coming to talk to her and showing her with compliments, showering like compliments like I did, she could have told Mythic not to let me in her meet and greet line again. If she didn't want me there at future events, she's blaming me for not going to TwitchCon because of the possibility I'd interact with her. Anyone who's met me in person knows who I am and how I act. I don't know what she's afraid of, especially when all we did was praise and encourage her at the last meet and greet again. She told her chat she didn't want me to talk to her again, but this is what she messaged me directly herself. I don't know. I don't know. It makes me feel pathetic. I don't like feeling pathetic, like to be scared of someone like this, but I was. I feel really stupid and I could never say anything because, like, if you talked about how someone gives you weird vibes and then you just come off like petty or something. But, like, she made me so fucking uncomfortable constantly, and I was very clear and I was very direct, like, I just don't want to be your friend. I don't want to talk to you. And I said it as nicely as I could. Where? Where was Silver very direct and say anything like that to me? Yeah, either there are two possibilities for this. Well, actually, three. It's possible that Silvervale was manipulated and had things put in her head by Lily for a while, because of course we know that's what she did to Nano. It's very possible. And or Silver is misremembering things because of her distrust with people after the events of the events of Ishojo and the whole thing with Hogwarts Legacy. Or three, it's all the above, and Silvervale is lying on purpose. I'm not going to say which one because honestly I do not know. It could be either one of the three. And honestly, I hope, you know what, I don't know. We already read through all that. Yeah, okay. Like, she reached out to my manager and tried to get a collab, which was so uncomfortable and it made me so stressed and anxious. And it was like going to your parent or your teacher to pressure you even more. Like, that's an extra step above. Like, who does that? You could have messaged me, like the fact that you go to my manager that you know I'm going to have our time saying no to was just so uncomfortable. The one and only other time I messaged Silver myself to do something together about a year earlier, whenever when it, she never responded. It wasn't about an on-stream collab, just to hang out offline. Offline, I wasn't friends with her on Discord, so I couldn't message her there. Well, Red was the one with the idea who brought up asking Silverell to do something together with Mythic, And I agreed. It was just to ask if she was interested, if she was down, which we already read all that. No, I didn't know Silver would have a hard time saying no to her talent manager. Once again, interpreting my actions in the worst way possible because I never had a problem saying no to mine. Your talent manager is always on the side of whatever you want to do or not to do. The screenshot she shared of the conversation doesn't show her having any problem saying no to them. She's very sternly turned them down at the mention of my name. Also, Cinder really loved meeting you and wanted to collab, so I told her I'd let you know and I could throw you guys in a group chat if you were intent. Hello, I'd appreciate this. I appreciate, but I prefer not to collab. No worries. I hope you're having a good weekend. Thanks. Okay, yeah, we already read all that, and I was very clear. I said I'm flattered by the persistence because good damn, she was persistent, but I just don't want it. Like I should. You should be allowed to just not want to talk to someone. Like why did it have to be me when I was clearly not interested? Silver's right. She was allowed to just not like me. It would have been okay with that if that's what she told me. That's not what she told me. She was not very clear. Again, here's the message. After Silver told me she was always done the message, and I had asked about the possibility of everything else other than a collab, I tried to talk to her. I sent her 5 messages after our first conversation over the next 6 months, all of which she ghosted. Nothing I said in any of these messages was about a collab, and all of them were just saying nice things to her. Yep, already went through all of these. Persistent about a collab. No, Aru asked Silver about the collab. She had the idea for in October 2022 that never went anywhere. I asked to hang out offline, not collab, at the end of November 2022, which Silver never responded to. Mythic asking Silver about a collab. Her messenger met her her me- messaging me and me asking about anything other than a collab on Discord were all in the span of a few days in October 2023. That's every instance there was an attempt from me to do anything with Silvervale. Persistence in trying to talk to her, like she said, was always down to do. Kinda, yeah, when she never replied to my messages on Twitter from a year earlier, and from what she said in her message to me, I gave her the benefit of the doubt that she was missing my Discord messages and would eventually see and respond to one. Like like to go to the extra extent she did to just harass me in weird ways, it was really bad. And like they were all just little things, like little things that was like I don't really like this. I wish this would stop. But like I couldn't say anything. I couldn't do anything like excuse me like it was. I was just accepted this just how is it, and I tried to get away from it as much as I could. I distanced myself. I tried not to address it. It just do my own thing. She just wouldn't leave me alone. After our first conversation on Discord, I messaged her 5 times with positive messages over 6 months. I occasionally would say hi in her Twitch chat until I was restricted. I very rarely replied to her on Twitter. I don't know what excuse me. I don't know what con- constitute. I don't know what constitutes me harassing her after she told me she was always down the message. Silver never communicated to me about anything. She falsely claimed to her chat that she was very direct with me about how she felt while portraying me as a malicious person. And I don't understand why she felt so obsessed. Like, I'm sure there were other people that didn't talk to her. Why did it matter so much that I didn't? I just doesn't make any sense. I was not obsessed with Silvervale. Red wanted to pursue working together because he knew anything we did together would be a success. But to me, if Silvervale and I went on good terms publicly, whether through something like a collab or as small as interacting on Twitter, the harassment I was getting and she was supposed to be getting too could have ended. I don't know what doesn't make any sense to her. I just prefer that if I'm going to be playing games with someone on stream, it's someone that I know well and I know that they love me for who I am and not what they can get out of me. And I was super clear. I was super clear that I wasn't interested in a collab and I tried to be nice as I possibly could. Like, I don't know how else I could have worded that. Like, that's a transactional relationship. If you come to me asking for a collab and I say no, then you say, well, okay, how about merch? How about a song? How about this? How about that? Like, I don't want the money. I don't want the stress. Like, if I do one thing, then people expect more. You know, it's a gateway into having this person attached to my life that I don't know and I'm not comfortable with. So if I do one thing, I have to do all the other things, and I just didn't want to deal with her. Intent Her intentions were super clear, and all she kept asking was for fucking merch and fucking collabs. Like, oh, we look the same. Okay, we're the same. Made up magical animal. Why does that fucking matter? Like, I don't want to be around her, and I wish you would just have just left me alone. As I explained, I asked Silvervale about every possibility other than a collab to see if she was interested in anything else. Red had talked about us doing together to get it all out of the way. I had asked her once. She said no. I accepted that and I moved on, just trying to be friendly with her. I didn't expect Silvervale to agree to anything with me. I certainly didn't expect Silvervale to reach out to me herself and tell me she was always down to message either. There's a message again. It's just so fucked up how she hit it. I'm surprised. I had no idea what this was going on. I had no idea. I mean, none of us did. So I guess she hit it really well. And like, I don't want people thinking like there's no one nice in the world, like there is, but it's amazing how two-faced she was and how well she hid everything. And it's fucking scary. Like, it's always what I was afraid of from other streamers. And like, you hear horror stories about like, oh, this person's so different off stream, but like, holy fuck, dude, like, wow, it's maniac. It like, it's so fucked up. I just, the more I found, the more I couldn't believe. It's like a bad movie. It's just so irrationally evil in every single way. I just, cause I didn't want to do a collab with you. You wanted to tear my love apart. It's amazing how two-faced Silvervale was and how well she hid everything. I accepted her decision when she told me she didn't want to collab after the one time I asked her. She hid that from the public. I guess the fact that I just wasn't interesting set her off so much and just like fucking broke her brain to the point she just wanted to me out take me out base because I said no thank you. Silvervale told me she wasn't interested in a collab, and I was okay with that. She never showed that in her document and didn't want, and I didn't show that to, and I didn't show that in to her chat. At no point was I trying to take her out. I wanted to ask Nato not to work with her on new models anymore, so Silver would get a model from someone else. And the biggest thing we were compared over wouldn't be a problem anymore. I don't see how her not being able to work with Nautilus on a model would have taken her out. Silver blamed me for all the misfortunes in her career that I did nothing. I didn't misfortunes in her career when I did nothing to her. And the one time I agreed to try to find something, it didn't affect her well. I was focusing on my own content. She looked at me with scorn for years, but she broke me. All right, I'm going to take a bite of my sandwich. I'll be right back. My dog almost threw up in my room. I'll be back in just a little bit. He threw up. I gotta go mop it up and clean it up. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. My dog threw up, and I had to go clean it up. So, all right, let's continue. And to keep hearing this story that I hated her, I never hated her. I just didn't want her around me. Like I respected that she was so business oriented. Like it sucks, but I respected that. Like she was a go getter. She was very business oriented, and that was very admirable and impressive. Like to grow so much so fast, and she seemed really driven. But I just wasn't interested in associating with her. Like I just didn't want to be friends with someone I could tell was going to use me as rung on a ladder. Like I didn't have the emotional bandwidth to deal with that. And I got so many weird vibes from her, but like I never in a million years could have imagined it was this bad. Like I just thought that's a little weird. She doesn't really care much about people, but there's no way she's like finding out that she was the cruel and malicious, like not only to me but like her best friends that she had made memories with and spent years with and did like things together. I can't imagine sitting next to someone and like making memories, going on trips, and like then you think how badly you want to take them down while doing that is insane. That's fucking nuts, dude. It's so evil. Like the things I saw and the things that keep coming out, they're like vile. How she treated people, like the thought she was their best friend is fucking vile, and it's surprising that it took this long. I guess if she was like that, I don't know how you hide something like that, like your true self. It's obvious Silvervale had a problem with me for years. She did not respect me enough to even respond to my messages, even to tell me off directly. She lied about doing everything she said here is untrue, and she's just maliciously pa- parroting the claims Shy Lily and my friends made. And like she kept making this claim that her actions towards me were like fueled by how often she saw us compared. A comparison that she originally even made with the fan art. So I don't know why she was surprised if you're the one that pushed that in the first place. Like you were just like a color swapping me, and you said that you literally said you look were opposites were so cute. Like why are you surprised? And I heard the same comparisons all the time, to all the fucking time, constantly. I saw them in my chat. I saw them in Discord. I saw them on Twitter. I saw them constantly all the time. But I would never do this. Like, if just being compared to me is the reason that you go around telling everyone that I hate you and you slander me all because we were compared, like, it's so fucked up. Like, when I saw these things, sure, I get fucking sad. Like, how can you not get sad when people are calling you this other person, the better version of you, and always asking why you don't don't you collab with so and so? You're so much alike. Oh, you remind me so much. Blah 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 blah. Like I get sad, but I just think about how I could do better and put my little fucking horse blinders on and like be in my little bubble and do my own shit. I would never lash out and try to ruin someone's career like people getting compared all the time, but no one fucking does this. This is insane. You wore that revealing dress, so you deserve what happened. That's Silvervale's argument about my fan art and how it related to years of harassment I got for being her. Dollar store version. I drew fan art of us because she inadvertently inspired Cinder's creation, not to be sent hate and called names for years. Seeing comments comparing us didn't have anything to do with me knowing Silvervale hated me. Her own actions told me that nothing I ever told to anyone about Silvervale was slander or untrue. To the way she treated me, Silvervale said herself that she got upset because of the comparisons made between us, but instead of just being friendly to one another, she decided to put on her blinders and ignore it because she couldn't bring herself to show me the kindness I showed her at every turn. Silvervale would have been able to work with Nano if Nano didn't cancel her deal as soon as Silvervale asked her for something. She would have lost out on one artist who initially agreed to cut her out. This is hardly anything to ruin her career. Okay. And it's baffling that it went on for fucking years, like actual years in the background, just silently tormenting me and like ruining so many projects. Like I didn't even know how. I just thought I was unlucky, you know, just like it kept happening. I was like, oh, okay, that sucks, but you know, I'll find another artist. I think I'll think of something else. Nothing went on for years. I didn't ruin Silver's projects, and she blamed me for everything that went wrong for her. It was my fucking birthday, dude. Like I was cringe. I don't know, but like birthdays are important, and it was really special. And Nano would have would come to me originally with, and Nano would come to me originally with the model that like that makes it so it's so fucked up because like I originally didn't even ask for a model. She came to me and she was like, I learned all this stuff and I love your model so much. I really want to give you another one with all the new things I can do and the new live 2D shit. And I was like, okay, sure. Like it's almost my birthday. It would be amazing to have you do something for my model. And we sketched it, and it was beautiful. It was so beautiful. And then just it get got taken away. But finding out that you literally took it away from me because it was something I would be happy about, something that meant something to me, that's so fucked up. Like it's just so evil. Like it's so comically evil. It's insane. And this went on for years, like years. I had no fucking idea that any of this was happening. In May 2023, Nano told Red that she was the one to ask Silvervale. Nano told Red that she was the one to ask Silvervale about making the model for her. Again, Nano could be lying or Silvervale could be lying. I don't know. Nano canceled Silver's model herself in November 2023 and then chose not to take it back when she had the chance. All right, we all read all those. Silvervale's birthday is August 12th. How was this supposed to be her birthday model if her birthday had already passed months ago by the time her model was canceled, and when it was only scheduled to be started in January 2024? Honestly, I do not know. I really don't. Silverville saying I had her model canceled for her birthday does sound extremely evil, which is why she said it. I had nothing to do with her model being canceled. All right, I'm gonna finish up my sandwich and then I'm going to continue. Hmm. And like I've been contacted by other artists after my doc came out, and I guess I'm really glad that I put that part in there about worrying that she had been saying things about me because that was true apparently. They told me that she had told them that I hated her and I was this malicious person, that I was so mean and I just hated her so much. Uh, and I hated her so much. Like usually convenient right after doing a project or art piece or something with me that got traction, and she didn't like it. And they told me that that made them less inclined to work with me again because they think I'm this evil, terrible person. Because they would say that if it wasn't true, like, why would you lie about someone? And this happened so much. Like, it wasn't just Nano, it was just so many other people. Mm. Silver claimed she was contacted by so many other artists telling her I was slandering her conveniently right after doing a project or art piece with her because I allegedly didn't like the traction it got. Excuse me. Why would she say this if it wasn't true? There were three artists told Red or I have ever talked to about Silvervale treating me, Nano's artist one and artist two. Silver isn't talking about Nano and she says as much. Nano was the only artist I talked to about Silver. She could possibly be talking about artist one, but Red was the only one who talked to them about Silvervale. I can rule out artist two being someone she's referring to here, but some things she said at the end of her stream which will be addressed, meaning that there weren't so many other artists reaching out to Silvervale. Either I'm choosing to leave out conversations I allegedly had with other artists about Silvervale in this document for some reason, or a bunch of artists separately from each other all decided to message Silver and lie to her and tell her the same story all at the same time. Or Silvervale is lying to her audience again to make me sound worse. Or I'm going to put in another thing here. Lily could have easily set up a lot of this up. Lily is one of the biggest indie VTubers and she has a lot of connections, so it's very easy that she could have set this up. Meaning that there weren't so many other artists reaching out to Silvervale. Either I'm choosing to leave out conversation allegedly I allegedly had with other artists about Silvervale in this document for some reason, but a bunch of artists separately from each other all decided to message Silver and lie to her and tell her the same story all at the same time, or Silvervale is lying to our audience again to make me sound worse. If Silvervale is telling the truth, then she should have no problem with showing the messages from these artists. All I ever did was just want to play video games and stream, and all I ever wanted to do was just all I ever did was just want to play video games and stream and happen to be the same fucking animal. That's it. Like, that's the reason you want to destroy my whole career and ruin friendships and tear me down because people compare you to me. Like, it's fucked up. It's so fucked. I don't know. It doesn't feel real. Like, it feels like I'm the alternate reality fucking nightmare. Like, it's insane to find out all this. And now that I was like being silently destroyed from someone, it feels like a bad comic book villain. Like it who does this. I'm gonna hold my comments. I didn't want to destroy Silvervale or her career, and I didn't try to. I wanted to ask Nano not to take models from her anymore because of the comparisons between us and the harassment. I got over it, and because of the way Silvervale acted towards me for years for no reason, and her apology. Oh my, and for years for no reason. And her apology, oh my fucking god, her apology, dude. Like, no words can express how fucking disgusting that was. It was zero accountability. Uh, like, it's so fucked up. Like, all of it is just so fucked up. It's like, even like, I feel bad saying mean things about her, like, even if they're true. Silvervale repeated Shiloh's claims that I took zero accountability in my apology, yet I apologized the most to Silvervale. I called myself unapologetically evil towards her and didn't go into detail or interactions laid out in this section of the document. She said she felt bad saying mean things about me, even if they're true, but almost everything she claimed about me is a lie, has been a lie. It's nice to know the reason why I kept being kicked down constantly. I just thought I was really unlucky. Yeah, like relieved. I'm relieved to know what was happening. Like, I don't think I'm I'm not a problematic person. Silverell was not kicked down constantly by me or Red. Silverell claims she isn't a problematic person. Oh, I think my assumptions with part of this coming from the whole thing with V Shoujo and the whole Hogwarts Legacy disaster, and throw Shiley into the mix. I truly believe Shiley used Silvervale's own insecurities at the time and Silvervale's own suspicions with her not thinking got into her head probably by a bunch of community members or Shiley herself that Cinder was copying her. I think Shiley used. I wouldn't be surprised if Shiley used all of that to manipulate and brainwash Silvervale. As we've seen before, Lily has been known to do these things. So forgive me for making that assumption. It's nice to know the reason why I kept being kicked down constantly. Hold on, I already read that one. She could have just. Hold on. Okay, I'm getting close to done. Like, she could have just said, okay, like, if you don't want to do things with me, that's fine. I'll just go find other people to talk to or, like, ask someone else. Like, all I did was say no, thank you, in the nicest way I possibly could think of. And it was very direct. Like, I'm a very direct person. Like, I'm uncomfortable with if I'm uncomfortable, I will let you. I will tell you. And I straight up told her like, no, thank you, I'm not interested, and just pissed off. And I just pissed her off. I could I could have just said, okay, if you don't want to do things with me, that's fine. Sylvia is a very direct person. She's a very communicative person. If she has a problem, she will tell you. If someone makes her uncomfortable, she will tell you. Oh, thank you for all the money we could make. Okay, that's nice. I don't fucking care. Like, I would much rather be thousands of dollars cheaper than have this weighing on my mental for the rest of my life. Did she actually say that? Yeah, her and Red, her boyfriend slash manager, just kept talking about how much money they could make if they did things with me. Like, it's so fucked. It's so fucked. Like, That's all I was to them. I was just so fucking. I was just a fucking walking money bag that they wanted to. That they wanted. Let's like it's insane. Red said this to Nano in May 2023. Once expressed that working together would mutually be beneficial for us both. His message before this literally says it wasn't about the money. It was about Silver getting along with us. And I feel bad speaking ill of a Gamer Subs partner. Like, I even had to tell Gamer Subs, I'm so sorry. Like, I'm sorry that I put out a doc. I'm sorry that I spoke ill of someone that's such a big part of their company. Like, I fucking love Gamer Subs and I feel bad speaking ill of someone. But, like, this is so fucked up, dude. Like, it's not okay. It's not okay. It's not okay to treat people like this. Like, there's business, there's fucking and there's fucking I don't even know what to call it. Like this is so fucked. Like the business partnership and there's business relationship as a streamer, and I get that, and that's totally fucking fine. But this is insane. This is actually insane. It's so malicious and it's horrible. I don't know why Silvervale dragged gamer subs into this conversation other than to look considerate to them and her audience. Like I've always been a little uncomfortable, but I had no idea I could ever never say anything, and like I always felt so bad. And you're like, "Oh, I love her and she's so much like you. You should collab." And like I can't say I could never come out and say, "No, sorry, she just wants to use me." Like then I that would explode and I would seem like the bad person because I don't want to do it. Like and just had to deal with that for so long. It's just so fucked up, dude. I didn't want to use Silvervale. I wanted to be on good terms with Silvervale, if not eventual friends, something she didn't ever want. that wouldn't be a problem if she just told me that directly instead of being two-faced to me and then playing the victim. Like I kept thinking about all the things I had plans for, and like I would talk about having plans for and then would fall through, and like it's kind of a little thing. But even like I was so excited for the Oblivion launch, and I was like, I want to get another model for Line Breaker, just like my Fallout one that's interactive and swaps weapons. Like we collect stuff over time, and that'd be so cool. And then Lime has a big commission, and he can't do it. And then guess who that commission's for? Like, it's just this fucking crazy, dude. Silvervale continues to attribute any of these plans that fell through as my fault. She admits she had a problem with me working with someone she seemingly considered one of her artists. I got an unreleased art piece commissioned from them because I liked their work. They drew fan art of me in the past. I had nothing to do with Silvervale, or because I somehow telepathically knew she was planning to ask them for a new model in the near future. Like, I was nothing to her. Like, I was not a threat. Like, I wasn't someone she interacted with on the daily, like her friends. Like, I, I was no one. Like, why did you have to step on me constantly and just like beat me down from the shadows? Like, fucking message me and reveal and revel in it and just laugh yourself like, oh, fuck this bitch. Like, this is not okay. I did not step on Silvervale constantly or beat her down from the shadows. All of my messages to Silvervale were genuine, but she couldn't see them for anything other than what she wanted to see them as. Like, this was their life. Like the die-hard fans that buy merch and says they're your Oshi, like you are the hugest part of someone's life, and that is a big responsibility to be someone like they can be proud of, they can love forever, and just throw that away is so fucked up. To not even think about them, to just think about the dollars they can give you and not think about how this would affect them and what they would do when they find all this out, because she had to think. Excuse me. They would find out eventually, right? Oh. Like, did she think that she could do this forever? Was the plan always to have Red as a scapegoat? I don't know. It would make sense, I guess, but you like she'd have to think it would come out eventually. What a crazy thing for Silvervale to say. She'd have to think this would come out. She'd have to think this would come out eventually. And thank God for Nano. Thank God for Nano coming out. But like some of the artists that talked to me even said like, I really wanted to say something, but that would to do if someone if they message me and they were like, "Hey, is this true that you hate Cinder?" and just go like, "No, what? Where did you hear that from?" And they just be like, "Okay," and then it wouldn't go anywhere. Where are the messages from some of the artists, plural, who told Silverville they really wanted to say something to hear about me? Like the fact that Nano came out, I admire her so much and appreciate that so much, because one thing I will say is this is a completely different font, which is probably just a mistake on Cinder and Red's part. We're putting this together. I'm guessing since this thing is so massive, mistake here and there is bound to happen. Like the fact that Nano came out, I admire her so much and I appreciate that so much, because so many of us would never have any idea that it would probably have gone on for years, and she probably would have done this to more people and made more friends and abused their trust more. So like a fucked up as it is, and as much as it fucking hurt to see someone say these things about me that I respected and loved, I'm really thankful that she did, because I can't imagine where we'd be in 5 years if that was still happening. Like, would I even have a career? Would I have just been like so demoralized from everything in my life going wrong? Like, what would her friends do? Like, it's so fucked. Nothing went on for years, and I didn't abuse my friends' trust just to betray them. That Silvervale's career wouldn't have ended if Nano decided to abide by her agreement with Red and not work with her. So again, Silver again implies everything in her life going wrong would have somehow been my fault. It hurt to see Nano some of that, yeah, but like I understand I mentioned it in my talk, like I understand what she was going through, like the extent of the emotional torment and manipulation. She believed Cinder was her best friend in the whole world and all those other people were out to get her. And I get that. Like, I understand where her mindset was. Nano lied. Nano wasn't abused and she wasn't manipulated. I don't think this has ever happened like in the history of streamers. Like, there's been big competitive and there's business relationships, but this is insane. Like, this is actual sabotage, actual libel. Like I was being slandered for years. I can't do math. I'm pretty sure it was for like 3 years. It was a long fucking time. Like my whole fucking career, I was just being slandered to an insane degree by someone like that. I liked, admired. No, it not admired. Just not admired because I knew she was like a clout hungry snake, but like she was very busy savvy, and that's neat, I guess. I wouldn't even say it was respect. You know what I mean? I had no problems with her. All of the evidence for things Red and I have said about Seville is all shown here. We did not slander her to anyone, and everything said was based on our own personal experiences. Shy Lady called me a snake, and Silver went out of her way to call me a clout hungry snake. If anyone's worthy of this title, it's Silvervales lying all throughout her stream and claiming she had no problem with me. In the same breath, it just sucked. It sucked getting compared. It sucked thinking I wasn't good enough, and I would see some of my community leave. I would see my mods join her mod team, and I wondered why I wasn't good enough. And I don't know if she sought them out because they were my mods. And I guess a lot of stuff starts to make sense. And I hope with all my heart that her community can find new homes. The fact that Silvervale is saying it sucked to be compared is funny because she was never harassed the way I was. She was never blue cinder like I was red Silvervale. If only there was a way we could have made the comparison between us stop. Silver goes on to blame me for a community apparently leaving hers and becoming pyropups as if they couldn't be both of our fans. Maybe her community leaving could have had something to do with her choosing to change her stream time to mornings instead of nights. Did she do that because of me? How how would I have taken them from her specifically? Mind control? Targeted ads? Like what? Her mods all willingly applied to my mod application and were chosen due to their experience modding. Maybe they wanted to mod for me because my server was a much more inviting place to be. My by Mod 1's account shown in the section above, or maybe because Silver started making them pay her to have the privilege of the job and apparently abused them when they tried helping her. We already read all these. Maybe people can stop being so fake. I don't know if they will, but you can hope. I guess it's not hard to be a good person. It's really not. It's so much more effort to lie to people and manipulate people. And how did that not get stressful? Like, how did you not feel bad at least a little bit? This is the most ironic thing Silvervale could possibly said. Thank you guys. You're so sweet. Thank you for being here and thank you and thanking the and taking the time out of your day to be here for me and I was really anxious to come back. Like I know I didn't do anything wrong, but like I like I but like I feel bad saying these things about someone else because I didn't think about her at all. Like she wasn't a part of my life. Feels a part of my life. Like it feels weird to talk about her, but really appreciate you guys being here and supporting me and being so sweet. And thank you for all your subs. Silver said she didn't do anything wrong while lying about all those things she supposedly felt bad about saying about me. I was someone she claimed she didn't ever think about at all. The person she attributed every misfortune to her career to for years, including her audience and her models choosing to watch and support me. Pedal pups and pedal pals. Did she get pyro pals from that too? I don't know. I don't know what I inspired and what I didn't, but there's a lot of things like her art tag. Like there's so many things that I don't know. I have no idea, but who fucking knows anymore, bro? Well, I don't want to admit about it. It's weird. If it's weird, do oh, thank you for the sub to Lily. Thank you for the sub to Lily. Lily's been so sweet. She's been such a fantastic person. She's been a rock for all of us for all of us through this. As I explained, Pyropups and my art tag were not derived from Silvervale's brand. Silvervale calling Charlie the Rock for everything point to her being the one who reached out to Silvervale and the one at the head of planning my cancellation. It's nice to get off my chest. It's nice to talk about it because I could never say, like, hey, this person makes me uncomfortable. Can we not talk about them? Because then, like, you read into them and then like, I just had to sit there and suffer in silence and hope it would go away. And it never went away because I was a boss she couldn't beat. I was a goal she couldn't achieve. Like, I don't know why it mattered so much to have me do something with you when we didn't even like we don't interact at all. First of all, it was extremely narcissistic for her to claim she was a boss I couldn't beat and a goal I couldn't achieve. But it's especially ironic that she's the only one blaming me for everything that's been going wrong in her career. The time I asked her about a professional collab through Mythic and directly I accepted her turning me down. But why did it matter that we did something together? For years, we've both been harassed about the other and at the same time begged by fans to do something with each other. How do we appease both parties? We do something together. Literally anything, even as small as interacting on Twitter. If we are seen on good terms, the fans have no reason to perpetuate this stupid bullshit of comparing us. And the fans that want us to see us together are satisfied with their two favorite VTubers interacting. But Silver couldn't look past her own ego to even communicate with me, and would rather sit there and blame everything that went wrong on me. Like, I can talk about it. I've talked about it to my mom and some of my friends when they find out about it. I feel like it's very so different when talking to guys about you. And I didn't talk to anyone like or about her ever, like, so it's all just coming out of nowhere. Silverville is lying. Her mods didn't all have a negative opinion of me for no reason. One of them made an analogy of Silver being very direct with me, something they'd all know if Silvervale told them she was. Another one of them said they had heard Silver's dislike of me. How could they know that unless Silver talked about me? All right, we've already read these. Did Nyan know a bit? I won't go into her side, but she had met Cinder at a party and she had told her something very catty and snide, and it stuck with her and it bothered her a long time. I think she mentioned she got a backhand comment and it was like I was really fucked up. Like, it was a really fucked up thing to say. I spoke to Nanners at a party at AX in the summer of 2023, and it couldn't have been for more than 15 minutes. I'd like to know what I said that stuck with her because I don't remember saying anything remotely similar to what's being described here. And I can't imagine I would have when sitting directly across from her. This was the first time I'd ever met her and spoken to her, and I never had any ill feelings towards Nanners. We've spoken briefly at the events since we were both only kind to each other. And hold on. We're okay, I'm getting and like they're my best friends, so they know that like I would feel sad sometimes if there were a lot of comparisons, but I would just be like a little sad. It's a little rough. I wish people would stop talking about it, and I wish she would just leave me alone cuz it's really hard, and she would not leave me alone, but I never talked about her. Like, after I told her I didn't want a transactional relationship, that was it. And just said, "Please go away, leave me alone." And she's not in my life. I don't talk about her and I don't think about her. I just wanted her to leave me alone. What could possibly stop these comparisons that made Silvervale sad? I sent Silver 5 messages over 6 months after our first conversation on Discord. She never told me to please go away or leave me alone. She lied. Like that just shows how dedicated they are and how supportive they are and how much alike they put so much into making their partners happy. And I'm so incredibly happy with them. That's why I'm so fucking pissed off because like she just disrespected gamer subs and they are the nicest people. Like I had dinner with the CEO and my reps and they were the nicest fucking people. Sorry, I'm like it's so fucked up to take advantage of that like it costs some money and effort from all the artists that worked on these merch things and all the people behind the scenes that figured off the logistics and manufacturing and like to disrespect them like that is heartbreaking because they are amazing and I'm usually not like, "Oh, I love the company" kind of person, but like Gamer Subs is different, man. They're like so different. They were wonderful people and she was a partial owner, so it's like extra terrible because that reflects on them. That's like the highest honor you could possibly have and to take advantage of that is horrible. I love gamer subs too. So, how did I disrespect or take advantage of gamer subs in any way in anything I did? I didn't. But that didn't stop Silver from claiming I did. I have Dackies for sale on Cuddy Octopus. I went to get I went to get another one. We plan out our drops like the whole year, so I have a whole year of really cool drops planned and we'll have another one in the future. So don't worry, the artist that I wanted to work with canceled on me, so I have to figure out another artist to draw it. But we'll be fine. Yeah, I don't want to assume. I don't want to straight up ask them, but I would not be surprised because you worked very closely with them. Based on the project, I can only assume this person who we work closely with is artist two. If it is, Red didn't know Silver had anything planned with them that would have been canceled. This would prove the artist two couldn't be one of the artists. Silver claimed reached out to her after my cancellation. If she didn't know if we were involved in the project getting canceled or not, if artist two reached out, that would have been something told to her. That leaves Nano and the artist one as the only two artists that could have reached out to Silver about anything Red or I said about her. The very next day, Silvervale chose to talk more about my fan art from 2021 instead of correcting her story from the day before. She doubled down on lying about what really happened. Okay, I'm almost finished with this. And I have a little bit more talk about what kind of address elaborates on, I guess. I don't know the best way to phrase that and kind of explain some things. I really appreciate people that come back if they were here before. Thank you for rejoining the community and being part of our home and hanging out with us again. I appreciate it a lot. It's nice to have you back. Silvervale makes another comment about her viewers returning, insinuating that I stole them from her and was keeping them from supporting and watching her in some way. On her previous stream, she said she would see some of her oh she would see some of her community leave. Both of these comments from her support what Mod 1 said to Red and Silver's announcement canceling her stream specifically during my anniversary subathon in 2024, meaning as far back as last summer she felt this way, if not much earlier. Like, I'm glad I feel relieved to be able to to move on from things, but it's hitting me harder than I thought it would, like physically. It's been a lot and it's been stressful to like think back through the course of fucking 4 years. I barely did anything to Silvervale through the course of fucking 4 years. So there's one thing I wanted to, I guess, elaborate on. I don't feel like I really need to, but I saw some people that had some questions that I think are valid questions. So yesterday I mentioned the ship tag fan art. That was the very first thing I can think of that made me feel uncomfortable with the situation, and is the first thing that made me question her motives towards me. And think some people were confused because you can find that art, but it's a different tweet than the one they gave me those feelings. So I don't want people to think I was being untruthful or anything, but it makes sense that you can find the tweet if you don't have the link to the original one because she reposted. I don't want people to think that I was being untruthful or anything. You can find it through the Wayback Machine because I had the link to the old tweet because my mom had messaged me about it, which is how the whole thing started, and I was talking to Yochi about it when she was messaged. Okay, so this is from Wayback Machine, but it's but that's the original tweet that she made, and she started the Silvervale tag and Cindervale tag and said that she wants us to be part of the same wolf pack. Here's the tweet as Silvervale showed it on stream. Yep, there it is. In order for Silver to find this on Wayback Machine, she needed to link to my original deleted tweet, and she said she had it because her mom messaged her about it. So basically, because her mom did retweet my heart, contrary to the story Silver has been telling, is more likely that her mom messaged Silver to link to my tweet she already liked, commenting on and retweeted, or that Silver saw her mom's retweet on my fan art and then messaged her saying she had a problem with it, prompting her mom to delete everything. I believe Silver was even lying about this. And imagine seeing that from someone you don't know, who has been posting art of them with people they don't know for weeks and really feeling uncomfortable about it. So it was really creepy and very weird and comfortable. And my mom was like, I don't know what to do about this. She was really stressed and really anxious, and was really stressed and anxious. And I think it was on for a couple days, not being sure what to do, because if I didn't reply to it, it looked suspicious, and I don't know, weird that wasn't replying to it. The whole thing was very stressful. It was very weird, and it came out of nowhere. It was really uncomfortable. First, Silverell claimed I was posting art of myself with people I didn't know for weeks. She's talking about my skebs I'd addressed in the previous section. Everyone I got skebs with knew me at the time I ordered them. So she is wrong. She said me posting these skebs made her even more uncomfortable when she saw my fan art, as you can see from the screenshot of Silver streams above. My original fan art tweet that had the Silvervale tag that was posted in 1/30/2021 and wasn't up for more than 24 hours before it was deleted. Here's my first skib request with another VTuber. It was delivered to me one day earlier, 1/3/2021. I believe that is Yoshi. Here are my Twitter media posts from 12/1/2020, before Cinder was even designed, to 16/2021. After I already reposted the fan art of Silver and I without the tag. There is one meme I made of myself and another VTuber that was posted before my fan art. There are no other art posts of myself and other VTubers because they didn't exist yet. So how can Silver claim that my non-existent skibs made her even more comfortable about my fan art of us together? She's lying. Again, making me sound worse by retroactively throwing the detail into her story. Yeah, here they all are. Silver goes on to say her mom didn't know what to do about this, and that she was really stressed and anxious over it. Her mom liked, commented on, and retweeted my post, so I find this hard to believe unless Silver was the one who went to her mom with a problem with it, and then her mom didn't know what to do with it. It literally wouldn't have mattered, but she couldn't even take accountability for something this minor that happened in 2021. If Silverell didn't reply to my art, it wouldn't have looked suspicious at all. Does Silverell reply to every single piece of fan art she gets? She talks about how uncomfortable and stressful and anxious this made her, but I was nobody at the time. Here's my Twitter profile from 3/16/2021, a month and a half after my fan art was posted. I had under 5,000 followers. I wasn't even a VTuber yet, and wouldn't be for well over another year. As I said before, I didn't expect any kind of an interaction from Silver or her mom. Debut 2021. Okay, following followers. Okay, likes. Okay. Here's Silvervale's profile from 2021, right when this happened, and she had over 100,000 followers. Okay. And hold on, let me. Where is it? Okay, I'm nearly done. Mm. Okay. Mm. All right. And I think some people were wondering, like, why did I talk to her about it? I did. I did actually message her about it, and I told her that the ship tag made me uncomfortable. And after my mom was messaging me, it was super uncomfortable. And after manager don't I don't. Her manager messaged. Her messenger reached out to Yochi. I don't know why. I think some people were also confused that it was Yochi's reached out to Yochi that Yochi's art. It wasn't Yochi's art. Her manager had just messaged Yochi because he knew I was friends with Yochi, which is also very strange. I don't know why they didn't just ask me or my mom. Maybe that's in their mind come off too cloudy, but what they were doing was too. They knew what they were doing. It was very calculated, and everything was calculated for the sole goal of getting interactions to grow, which is something people do. That's why people make fan art. But when it's done so blatantly like this in such an uncomfortable way, that's where it becomes a problem. So her manager had to reach out to Yoshi saying, like, why didn't Silver's mom retweet this? She's lying again. In case I had talked to her about it, it was very strange. It was very weird, and I didn't want Yoshi to have to deal with it. I didn't want my mom to have to deal with it. It was very uncomfortable. It was very stressful. I stressed very easily, and it hits me really hard, and I don't want to deal with things like that. Excuse me. Red messaged Yoshi because she was our only friend in the VTuber space at the time, and she was mutual friends with Silver. Silver has always had her DMs on Twitter closed, so I couldn't reach out to her, and I wasn't going to message her mom directly about on retweeting my art, since that seemed like it'd be even weirder than asking a mutual friend their opinion. It had nothing to do with being too cloudy like silvervales is projecting on me. None of this was calculated, and it's crazy for her to think it was at the time. I was a nobody in this space, making fan art for people that inspired some aspects of the start of my VTubing journey. Red did not ask why Silvervale Mom didn't retweet my fan art of Silvervale. Silvervale lied to her viewers about this 2 days in a row. You already read all that? Oh, jeez. Ah, sorry about that. So I addressed her. Let me find it. I messaged her on Twitter, and I reached out and told her that I was super uncomfortable with the ship tag, and I didn't want to interact with it, and it was very uncomfortable for me because I didn't know her, and she was like, "Oh my god, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it to come off that way." But she did. But she knew the only way for me to interact with it and get those clicks that she wanted on on that tweet would be if she deleted it and then reposted it without the ship tag, which is what she did. So I commented on the art like she wanted me to because I didn't want to escalate, and that's the first thing that ever happened that made me really uncomfortable and put the thought in my head that she wasn't a genuine person. And yeah, that's where it all started. That's where it was very strange and uncomfortable and very manipulative, but I didn't tell anyone other than my mom and Yoshi, and that was always something that was in the back of my mind and why I didn't want to interact with her. Silvervale was looking for the worst in me from the start and completely twisted my actions towards her into some twisted into her into some malicious clout-driven endeavor when that wasn't at all what happened on my side. Silver never liked me, and she said as much. She said she didn't want to escalate things, but just like with Mythic in 2023, she could have just ignored the situation and moved on, but she felt the need to say something. In the image of our DM she showed on her stream, you can literally see her message acknowledging that her mom unretweeted my fan art and not the story she claimed. She couldn't have misremembered what happened after going back to find these messages to show on stream. She chose to lie about it. Uh, Reach out. A little bit concerned, just feeling like it was a little off putting in a bad taste considering we don't really know each other yet. I hope you understand. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. I didn't. I did not intend for you to come across that way. Yeah, Yochi told me that that your manager had messaged her asking why my mom unretweeted it. Silver, what are you doing? What are you doing, girl? Silver said my fan art was always something that was in the back of her mind and why she didn't want to interact with me. So she lied to me directly in the message. She held a several year grudge against me over a misunderstanding that I sympathized with her over and fully complied with fixing. My biggest concern is about you guys. I want you guys to be fully informed about everything, and I want you guys to be comfortable and for you to know what's going on with me because you guys are my whole world. You are what build my life around, and I want to make sure that you guys know everything that's going on with me. I agree with Silverfell. I believe everyone should be fully informed about everything. Uh, okay. In conclusion, I was not jealous of Silvervale. I did not obsess over Silvervale. I did not copy Silvervale. For years, I have been harassed for being lesser than half, and my existence was discounted as a poor ripoff of someone else. The lengths people went to convince themselves I did everything to copy Silvervale throughout my career, down to copying her lap, are the same lengths my friends must have gone to convince themselves I was somehow sabotaging them for years. Neither was true. My insecurities about these comments ate at me for so long. I've had to go to similar lengths just to avoid getting harassed over these comparisons. I've only ever wanted to get along with Silver, but got off on the wrong foot with her because of my mistake in my original fan art post. And she never forgot that. Once it was apparent that Silver wasn't willing to show me kindness and respect, I showed her, and that I couldn't expect her help in ending these hateful comparisons between us. I resorted to agreeing with Red to ask Nano to stop making models for her, and eventually, one of the biggest things we were compared over wouldn't be an issue anymore. What we did was wrong, no matter how Silvervale treated me, but she quite literally lost out on nothing due to my actions. I didn't have a problem with Silvervale herself because of other people's comments about us. My problem was with the way she treated me, opposite to what she said to me when I did nothing warranted. Pretended to be friendly, then ghosted me, restricted me from her chat, and blacklisted anything to do with me, all without ever saying a word directly to me about how she really felt. Regardless how I felt about Silvervale, I never did anything so petty to her. I made fan art of us together. I asked her to hang out offline once. I asked her to collab once. Over the course of 2 years, that was too much for her. Silver claimed she was very direct with me when she wasn't. Let me be direct with you. Silvervale is a master of let me get a drink real quick. Mm. Silvervale is a master emotional manipulator. If Shiley claimed I was a narcissistic manipulator, then I don't even know how she described Silvervale. She effortlessly lied directly to her audience she claimed to care so much about through her crocodile tears. She manipulated them into giving her support she felt I was taking from her for years on stream. She would lie about me, then manipulate her viewers by saying how awful and stressful everything was and how uncomfortable and anxious I made her. She repeated the exact thing over and over again, turning me into the big bad wolf I never was, ending with how much she cared about and loved her fans. She manipulated the majority of her mod team against me and even emotionally manipulated one of her mods for the sin of trying their best to help her out with something she asked for help with. Silver couldn't take accountability for her own actions towards me and lied about them for everyone when I was already down. Silver had to lie about everything she experienced with me because she told the truth. It showed her being at fault, not me. There was literally no reason to lie about what happened with my fan art from 2021. I was already canceled, but Silvervale wanted to make me look even worse for no other reason than that she could. She said nothing. She said she could say anything that she wanted about me because I was the only one who could refute it. I drew fan art of us together and she took it personally and held it against me ever since. Silver's been full of spite towards me. If she wants to claim she wasn't lying about everything, then she deludes herself into believing an alternate reality of a twisted fan fiction where I've been the cause of all her problems and her own personal comic book villain. She was never willing to bury the hatchet until she was able to bury it into my back. How can anyone trust anything Silvervale says after this? Silvervale resented me for what she saw as me trying to use her, stealing her viewers and mods away from her. And being just as successful as her in my own right, despite just being her copy, she became adamant to turn her mods against me. Excuse me. In her own right, despite just being a copy, she became adamant to turn her mods against me, remove all mentions from me from Discord server and Twitch chat, refused to do something as small as reply to each other on Twitter, and couldn't bring herself to even thank me by name when I rated her as to not give me a public validation. She can only see my words and actions in the petty threatened way she chose to interpret them. I was nothing but kind to her for years, and instead of just telling me to fuck off like she truly felt, she was two faced and then lied to her chat about her willingness to be direct. She pretended not to see my supported messages to her for months, while she lied to her mods about me and soft banned me in the chat for simply saying hi every now and then. She expressed she didn't like getting harassed over comparisons to me either, but she never could acknowledge that simply getting along could have helped end that for both of us. I never expected her to do anything with me. Just to treat me like a person. She was seething over my existence alongside her and blamed me for every inconvenience she suffered in the career ever since. I wrote hashtag Cindervale a long deleted tweet, but she claimed she was the one that broke my brain. Maybe she looked Maybe if she looked in the mirror instead of glaring over at me for 4 years, she would have recognized the problem. Just like every other situation I've discussed in this document, the issues with silverware were due to a severe lack of communication, a refusal to communicate. Silverware didn't start my cancellation, but once it was in motion, she jumped on board to throw as much fuel onto the fire as she could. Ever since her years long abuser was taken out of the picture and Silvervale reclaimed her community from mine, she's been much more active than she's ever been. Now doing hand cam streams and even planning to cosplay. She's been profiting off of all of the lies she told about me, just like Nano, who's making a brand new model for her right now. Maybe people can stop being so fake. I don't know if they will, but you can hope, I guess. It's not hard to be a good person. It's really not. It's so much worse. It's so much more effort to lie to people and manipulate people and know how. And how did that not stressful, Like, how did you not feel? I already read that. Okay, I'm almost done. I need to take a drink. Excuse me. A pattern of behavior, speculation. Silvervale did not like me. It's very clear by her own behavior over the past few years, her own mods, accounts, and her lies. My second debut anniversary was on 6/25/2020. My second debut anniversary was on 6/25/2024. It's very likely evidenced by her own words on stream and the account of one of my longtime mods said she canceled her stream on 6/24/2024 because of my celebration subathon, meaning she knew when it was. Thanks to those that still watch me, wondering if the subathon is connected or not. In August 2024, my bikini debut and merch drop coincided with the week of Silvervale's birthday debut and merch drop, an important event for her where she debuted similar pairs of outfits to my 2.0 Demon design from the year before. Her Pixel merch drop was presumably completed and ready to release at any time, almost 2 months ahead of the eventual launch date on 4/11/2025, and just so happened to be released a week after my AFK drop merch drop in 4/24/25. I got to be canceled for my anniversary. I got to be canceled for my anniversary this year on June 25th, but I was supposed to be launching a limited edition label Pyro Power with a promo card on that day, both with art drawn by Nano planned as far back as February. Silver had the same bikini debut and merch drop I had during your birthday week and merch drop last year, a day after my anniversary this year. during her during her stream about me on 4/29/25, she said that we plan out our drops like the whole year. So I have like a whole year of really cool drops planned. And in 2024, she had a birthday and drop planned as far back as the start of the year too. In almost all cases, Gamer Subs lets creators choose when they want the drops to be. Her bikini debut and merch drop was already put together before my cancellation, and she wouldn't been able to schedule it whenever she wanted. If the pattern of back and forth releases was to continue, I believe Silver planned this at the time as the drop to spite me and my overshadow my anniversary. The same way I'm sure she felt my bikini drop did on my birthday week last year. Another thing I noticed were the unusual amount of similarities in our beach background environments, which were both done by the same artist. Her beach background from June 2025. Oh, come on. My beach background from August 2024. Nano knew. It could be that Nano decided to just do something very similar for each one, which means Nano was being lazy. But, I'm going to save my final thoughts for after I get done with this section. A screenshot from a debut stream with her beach bar overlay. Okay. A screenshots my debut stream from August 24 with my beach bar overlay. I remember watching clips from both of these streams, and when you put them side to side, it is. Oh my word, there is a lot of comparison. There are so many things to say they're basically the same, except for the column right there. There's columns there, and then there's no columns in there. So there is some difference. There's like this is a pool with steps. That is a waterfall, but they're basically the very similar designs. But it could be that Nano was just, well, but she broke me. And if she didn't make it clear, Silvervale prefers not to do collabs and doesn't want any transactional relationships. Num 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 num. Caught myself a cute wolf girl, Silvervale, to play video games with. Chat, should I eat her? Please, no, I'm not made of cotton candy. I'm checking out the new Goddess of Victory, Nikkei, Resident Evil event with Shy Lily. Check out the Birds of a Feather. Um, out of all these, out of all the sections so far, I knew I was going to have a hard time with this because I've been a big fan of Silvervale for a reason. I found her shortly after I found Cinder, but I found Cinder first. I've watched both of them for years now, and it's easy for me to look at the evidence and be like, Shy Lily is a lying piece of shit, snake in the grass cunt who started all of this because that's what happened. And knowing that Silvervale even had a hand in ruining someone else's life over some miscommunications. And Cinder's right, she didn't start anything, but she sure as hell poured fire on. She sure as hell poured gasoline on the fire. And I don't expect Silvervale to ever apologize to Cinder like she did with Nux. It is possible that Vale could apologize, but I doubt it. And I highly doubt Cinder's going to ever have any more interactions with her, and I do think that is for the best. And it's hard, even with everything Silver did, and knowing the knowing the, I think one of the main reasons why it's hard for me to really be mad at Vale is because I know her history with what happened with Vishojo, and I feel bad for what happened with um, Hogwarts Legacy. And knowing all that information, knowing how badly, knowing she lost a good chunk of her career, all the work that she put in, same with Cinder, and you put all that together, and then you put in the manipulation of the lying cunt snake in the grass liar known as Shy Lily. I am very led to believe that Lily could have been. Lily has hated. It's been shown that Lily has hated Silvervale for a while. No, Lily has made it very loud and clear that she has disliked and hated Cinder for a while. For numerous reasons. So I'm guessing, just by speculation on my part, that when Nano brought the DMs and the stuff to Lily, I'm guessing Lily was the one, since the similar, since the language between, I also noticed this while reading that Silvervale's and Nano's documents are very similar in wording. It could be that Lily wrote both of the documents for Silvervale and then Nano, both of them just put them out there without reading them first. But the only one that knew ahead of time what the messages in context were Nano. And knowing Lily, she most likely poisoned Vale's mind even more. It's just, I've watched so much of Vale's content. It's hard to picture Vale in that sort of way. It's hard. I mean, over time I'll probably accept it, but just at the moment it's hard. But knowing with the likes of Buff Pup and all the everyone else that brought out docs and stuff like that, I mean, I could be wrong, but again, I have a very sneaking suspicion that Lily was behind all of this. And Lily probably took advantage of all of Silvervale's past experiences and took advantage of her mindset at the time It's just, but I will concede that Silvervale lied through her streams, either willingly or just getting things wrong. But with that chat that she showed, it's very obviously that she was probably lying willingly, and she evidently had too much of an ego to admit that she was wrong. And God, this is hard because there are very few VTubers that I actively watched and really enjoyed and adored. The three of them was Kirsha Verstal, Cinder, and Silvervale. And this is hard. I don't think I'm ever going to be able to look at Silvervale the same way ever again. I don't think I can. God, it's so hard. I don't think I can ever dislike Vale, but it does bother me that she actually did this shit. And like I've said, Cinder was trying to make amends and so much communication. This is what happens. This is a prime example of what happens when you don't communicate properly with people you're upset about. This is why the Bible states if you have a problem with your fellow man or if you have a problem with your brother, you go to that person directly and you deal and you sort things out and you deal with it. Because, well, you get this shit. And I know how sweet of a person Vale can be. Oh, who am I kidding? I don't even know if she's just. I don't know if it's just towards Cinder or towards I don't know. All right. Let me look at the Aru. How many pages are in Aru's? 32. Let me look at Spites. Um, 93. Okay, Spites is almost. Okay, Spites is almost 100. That won't be too much. To the Power Pups, okay, that's pretty short. Looking ahead. Okay, so Aru, I think I will be able to finish this off in one stream. I'm hoping. Aru is the next longest one, but it's less than 100, and I'm guessing, okay, there is some stuff that is repeated because it probably correlated with everything else. Um, yeah, so hopefully I can finish this all off tomorrow after I get back from work. But yeah, oh god, I don't know. But at the end of the day, all the evidence has been laid out before me, and I have to take it as it is. And I had a feeling I was going to feel this way when going into before going into Silvervale's document because I am a I can't think properly right now. What time is it? It is 6:30. I need to get lunch ready for tomorrow. And yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hopefully I'll be able to finish up the rest of this document in one more stream and then I can move on to play video games on stream and actually work on my other videos that I have planned. Anyway. Anyway, I'll catch you guys in the next one. Later.